Greetings, and welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2024, Day 3, our final day. We've made it. We've gone deep in the forest and we've been climbing a mountain. This year alone, we've had several different events, from our Superhero Engine, or She Summit 2024, and our AI Summit 2024, our second annual. And now we are here at the final day for our third annual summit for GatherVerse 2024. It's taken a lot to get here, to arrive to where we're at. We're certainly happy to see everyone that's joined us from our various social media streams, and especially GatherVerse.live. We've tried to make and have done the attempt to make it as super simple with a super ingress as possible for a one-click opportunity. We appreciate everyone that has taken the time to be able to gather with us, all of our different dynamic speakers from around the world, our professionals, our leaders, those that arrive in innovation at the intersection of humanity. We take in great consideration of accessibility and education, equality, community development, safety, privacy, wellness, and ethical considerations. These past few days have been truly eye-opening for so many different reasons and on so many different levels. We gather because we see the necessity and the importance of making sure that when we take into considerations for where we've come from coming from novels to the thoughts of mankind's mind, of what they've been developing when it comes to hardware and software, and for whom they've been innovating for all these decades and centuries, if you will, to arrive to where we're at today, presently in the AI era of work and business. The question has already been posed that what happens when the technology becomes more advanced than the technologist? What happens when our policymakers and legislators can't legislate and they can't create policy on a thing that's moving so fast? What happens when AI begins to replace human creativity and expression? Even our next roundtable is about to discuss the very changing and rapidly evolving workforce. Sure, we've gone to remote distributed workforces and in a hybrid setting, but it's more than that now. We have tools that allow us to be able to work 10x, perhaps even 100x, and at the same time, residually giving us more time on our hands than we've had in our working environments. We're allowed to be able to communicate in ways we've never been able to and afforded to on the given earth. Think about that. Right now, we have so many different people from around the world that are gathering with us from various locations, transmetropolitan, transcontinental, to gather, to hear. Why? Because what we believe is that the progression of technology, we cannot wait for it to be written in books. Yes, we enjoy our books and our novels, but we cannot wait for it to be written in books, and we cannot wait for it to be distributed in the classroom, but that from peer to peer and human to human, in expressions, live and in real time. This is why we gather, and this is why this is our 21st event, and we have several different events that we're soon to announce, including an educational summit and a youth summit, and so much more. The impact that we make today may not directly benefit us that are here this moment, but it's with the residual hope, the ones to arrive tomorrow, that they'll know that we left something better than the way that we found it. These past few days, it's been a pleasure to be able to be your moderator, along with several other different incredible hosts. We're thankful to have the opportunity to be able to serve in community. And in that essence, our gather has been well, but now we have more to trek and more to climb on this day 3 of GatherVerse Summit 2024, bringing our next roundtable into clear view. May our gather be well.
Hello. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you may be. Thank you so very much for joining us for day 3. I am Lubna Dajani, founder of Alternet, and I am your host for this morning's session or this evening, wherever you may be again. Oh, glad we have you here, Vivian. Thank you all so much for joining us. Without further ado, I would love to hand it to our last comer. And have you introduce yourself, and please pass it on to the next person. We have a lot of us here in a very short amount of time to cover this really exciting topic of the future of the workplace. So, Vivian, if you don't mind, we start, and then, folks, I'd like for this to be as much of a conversation, and I have a couple of questions for you, but let's get started with at least letting everybody know who we are and get going. Thank you so very much. The floor is yours, Vivian. Okay. Well, you left. Okay, so Sam, you want to pick up?
Sure, I'll get started. Thank you for having me here, because this is really exciting. My name is Sam Smeltzer. I own an organization called the Heart Center, spelled HR Art Center. And we are specializing in healing burnout using energy. I'm trained as a Chinese medicine doctor. But I'm here today because I love the world of technology. For somebody who practices things that are maybe not so close to technology, but I think that there is the balance that's really necessary that allows some really cool things to happen. So I'm excited to have this conversation.
Wow.
I guess yeah. And then I guess you wanted us to pass it, so I'll pass it to Betty, because her yellow shirt is speaking to me.
I love it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You can hear me? Yes? Yay. Wonderful. Thanks, Sam. And I'm very interested in what it is that you do, so we'll connect later. But I'm Betty Danowitz. I am the founder, CEO, and the actual Betty of If You Ask Betty. And so If You Ask Betty is a couple of things. One, it's a podcast that talks about all different types of development topics for all kinds of learning professionals. I'm in sort of the learning and development industry. But also, I offer strategy for augmented reality and virtual reality when rolling it out as a learning opportunity. So that's kind of why I'm here, is to kind of talk through some of those things as well. And I'm excited to be here too. I will pass it to is it Aleda? I got it.
Yeah. Ask Betty. It's Ask Aleda. I think that's hilarious. So I reference myself as a business alchemist. So I came through the pandemic in the medical side of things. I had practices in New York City in various different aspects of the medical industry. So design, architect, operations, those are like my wheelhouses, right? In particular, and then executive advising. And I reference it as intuitive executive advising because I know the importance behind conscious awareness. So I love the sciences, neuroscience, quantum physics, epigenetics. Again, like that's all in my forte, and I incorporate that into everything that I do. So thank you for having me. Thank you, GatherVerse. And I'll turn it over to Ricky.
Hey, great to be here. 3rd annual GatherVerse for me. Love the community that Christopher has been developing these last couple of years. Very welcoming, lots of great people on these panels. My background is mostly in go-to-market, so business development, sales side of things, working mostly in the XR industry. So things like virtual reality collaboration has been a big focal point. There's two things I'll talk about. One is I've got my podcast, Meta-Rick. I think there's a lot of amazing creatives and technologists building things for the metaverse and for spatial computing and whatnot, but there's not a lot of marketing leaders and business leaders talking about how do we go to market with these tools? How do we position and talk about them? How do we buy them? How do we sell them? And so that's the main focus, is interviewing both buyers and sellers, and as well as founders of startups, to talk more about the business side of the industry. And then the second thing is I'm also leading client engagements for a company called Arthur, where we entirely focus on virtual collaboration for enterprise companies. So super relevant to today's conversation. Really excited to hear insights from the rest of the panelists and share some thoughts on how we can keep things human as we move into this more digitally enabled world. And then I'll kick it over to should we try Vivian again? Is the mic working this time?
Katya, you want to try while we get him back online?
Oh, great. I feel like the winner here. Well, thank you for having me. I'm Katia Zhang, and this is my first time at GatherVerse, although I have heard of this amazing organization for a very long time already through many of my friends. I am the founder of Deep Coalition, and DEEP stands for Do Express Empathy Proactively. So we are a global movement. And the movement is about building bridges between the 1% and the 99%. And what that means is we condition, not correct, or really tell people how to go about with developing voice, but we condition organizations and their people to build a name presence using our marketing tools and art, music, and our technique, which is creative expressive writing. And then we leverage LinkedIn in that process to train executives, entrepreneurs, and employees on how to become a deep voice on LinkedIn. And what does that mean when we're leveraging and learning how to sell our words before we sell our products and services. And so that is what we do today is we love technology, but at the same time, we're trying to bring the human voice back into technology, leveraging LinkedIn and displaying that for the world to see so that people can better take control of their work and life, leveraging LinkedIn to help them with that. But at the same time, really focusing on who they are beyond their papers and their work experiences.
Wow, I think rather than just having the session, I think I want to sign up to come to all your services. And it's funny you bring up empathy. I, amongst other things, I contribute to several ethical AI standards, and one is of which is called the 7014, and that is on empathy. It's it's a standard on the emulated empathy, considerations for emulated empathy in autonomous systems and artificial intelligence. So it's interesting that you brought that up. It invited me to put a plug in for the standard. Is about to be released in any day now. Do look it up. And I think IEEE is going to make it free. But speaking of empathy, I sometimes wonder if, and I would love to hear your thoughts about this, in terms of the workplace and all the transformation that's happening. Society is in a state of flux, I think we can all agree, with so much change, be it because of climate, be it because of the amount of digitization, be it after our lockdowns and the transition to so much online, that the workplace has changed so much, and finding a balance. Do you think, and just to go with a yes or no, and audience, please, if you would also engage on this one with a yes or a no, do you think there is sufficient empathy or consideration for the emotional well-being of people in the workplace? Is a yes or a no? We'll go around, Katya, and just circle back. I think we all see ourselves, and then we'll end up with the yellow.
Yes.
There's more empathy now than before.
I think it's more visible. So I think there has always been empathy. It's just more visible. And I think we can thank technology for that. And also empathy, I think it's because people are obviously now focused more on less on the why empathy and more about how can we create empathy. So I wouldn't say there's more. I think I'm seeing it more out in the open. That's all.
Right. I guess in the past, a lot of that was more of a taboo to talk about emotional health or what have you, and so that has been changed. Ricky, do you think that the transition and the use of technology and what have you, are there more empathy and compassion in the workplace, or?
So, to be honest, I think my frame of reference for how much it's changed over the years is probably somewhat limited in scope. I'm on the younger side earlier on in my career, and so I don't have decades to pull from or anything. But I would say that the new technology that's kind of existing now with creating accessibility and global connection, it's opening more doors for empathy, because I think we're feeling more of this tension where we have different cultures that just talk and communicate a little bit differently, and they're more connected and working together more than they ever have. And so you kind of have to lead with empathy or you won't be able to work productively together. There's all the mental health movement things that are going on as well, of course. But I think to me, the cultural connection is what stands out the most, is how do we connect with people from different countries, from different backgrounds, and be able to work productively together. And I think, is it more than it was before? I'm not really sure. Is it going in that direction where it could be? I think so.
Do you want to drop?
Please, yeah, talk on that. Yes.
Okay, so I actually have a fair amount to add on this. So when it comes to mental health, I'll answer yes, because I think the pandemic, right, really brought an awakening to mental health. And I think that that's the door that's been pushed open. And so many people have been raising their hands saying, yes, we need it and it's important. So it is evolving, right? Just from that awareness factor alone. So mental health, right? When it comes to self-awareness, conscious awareness, those are key things that are making a profound difference. They've done studies like UMass Chan Medical Center has been studying this for over 40 years. So people who have self-awareness can reduce their pain dramatically within their physical body and what they experience. It's much more like you kind of like learn how your body works and you learn to basically master your own system, right? Learn the correct operating order. So I think that that's going to be coming. I know, right? We're on the forefront and the cusp of that and evolving and developing that. And I think technology is going to help fast track that. Technology will help fast track many of these things. The key is we have to be visionary in the design. That's where the compassion and the empathy comes back in to the equation. We haven't necessarily had compassion and empathy in the designs of the past, but the designs of the future will have them. I firmly believe this. Moving forward. And it's more of a visionary and critical thinking approach.
Absolutely. We're counting on it. We're counting on integrating also human rights into standards that will help drive policy and start making a shift in the thinking and in the way we advance things. But Sam, what do you think?
Yeah. It's interesting because when you ask this question, I feel like I sit on the fence from the things that I'm seeing, because I do think that there's more opportunity out there for, expressing an emotional awareness and the awareness around mental health. And I think there's just so much opportunity of where it's going in the future. And I think it's essential for our future and our growth and our evolution. In my experience, I work more with large corporations, some that maybe are not evolving and growing, and I see just as much resistance to this. And in fact, when I've interviewed some of my peers at a local university where I teach, it was interesting because some of the business professors talked about empathy being a Trojan horse approach for coming out of the pandemic, basically saying that they had increased levels of empathy and compassion, but it wasn't genuine in nature. It was almost like embracing the buzzwords. And so although I see that there's more that's happening and there's more people awakening up, those previous designs that didn't have empathy embedded in them, that resistance is still there. And so I don't know how much genuine empathy we're still seeing out in the workplace versus new. And it's completely different based off where you're working to and how long that organization has been around. So.
Thank you.
Did you want me to go next?
Yes, yes, please. No,
okay.
no, we'll give him a minute.
Okay. So I'm a little bit of a contrarian on this question, although I do think it's a great question. All great points that you've made. I will say this. I think that the optics that we are more empathetic are there. I think you're right. We're seeing things that are showing that our organizations are trying to instill this in us. However, I think there's a problem with empathy. Okay. We get stuck in it. So yes, we work hard to feel and understand how other people are feeling, but we don't do anything with it. And so that next step of actually doing something is compassion. And that's what I think we're all looking for is compassion, like empathy in action. Like it's one thing to say, I totally get where you're coming from and I'm with you. But that doesn't really do anything. It doesn't move the needle on anything. So I think there's a misunderstanding of the difference between empathy and compassion. And then I also think that, well, I love the idea of the buzzword because that's very true. Empathy is sort of lost its luster because we use that word so much. And people can have it, but it doesn't seem to change anything. So I think that's what we're looking for. So
I love that you said that, because if you heard me at the last GatherVerse, the AI Summit, I said exactly that. I said empathy, and I often say that empathy without compassion is a dangerous weapon.
It really is.
And that's why we have to regulate AI that manipulates emulates your your emotion or emulates empathy and make you feel like, it's talking to you, that it's and even in generative AI, there is those elements of, oh, you're being heard, so which ends up nudging you in whichever way, whether it's in your interest or not. But before we go on to some more of digging into that and the impact of AI and assessing even, the technology in the workplace where, and I'll leave you to think through this for a minute while Vivian answers, is there are technologies, obviously, whether it's in the classroom or at work, where through the camera or through whatever, they're sensing your emotions or sensing your state of being. So I'd be curious to know if you think that is something that is good or bad, and does it have a place, this technology? What is the role of it? Never mind. Following on to that is, I would like to know if you all think that we will have a job in the next 5 or 10 years. But Vivian, you tell us, do you think empathy, on the point of empathy?
I love what Betty said, and empathy is thrown out. It's used so commonly, but empathy without compassion, I truly think that's really important, because in today's times, irrespective of AI, in the last couple of years that it has taken center stage, there is also the attention deficit that's prevalent. While you're saying, oh, I feel sorry for this situation, you're scrolling on your phones, even in meetings and in everything. So it's very important for us to practice that empathy. It's like faith without actions. It means nothing. So I'm with the thought everybody has shared here.
So what do you think? And we didn't have a chance to hear you earlier. If you want to introduce yourself, and then maybe a question of, do you think technology is advancing our human rights and our privacy, or are we being invaded, and will we be in the way it's applied? And do you think we will continue to have if our jobs will or will not be replaced in some years, and what does that mean?
Thank you. So, quick introduction. I'm Vivian Gomes. Sorry about the audio mess up earlier. I'm based in San Francisco. I'm a chief design officer of a studio here, which is an international studio delivering mostly on implementation side of technology rather than the glamour side of it. And we help companies bridge those gaps from idea to implementation. Coming to your question, I think technology, if you see the histories of it, is always an enabler. So there's no fear as of AI or anything is concerned. conscious efforts are very much important and required, because there are two sides of the questions we were chatting earlier, Lubana, on our chat. That one is that it is the narratives that needs to change. We won't be losing our jobs if we are resilient to understanding what we're doing. Simple things about how to use these technologies that are these as good as tools that we had in the olden times. Just like the old famous Henry Ford story of horses versus the need for a machine. And the other part is the overconfidence use of untested, which is always dangerous. So the danger comes when everybody goes all in without understanding and using these tools. For example, 6 months ago, I was talking to, because we also recruit and do manpower consulting for building teams. I was working with this excellent recruitment team of a company. I cannot mention that name, but over 6 months of training, the entire recruitment team in January was laid off because of the privileges, and the monster they trained is the monster that ate up their jobs, is one of them said to me. And I think it's the other way around. If you know how to harness and use that capability, AI is not taking your jobs to be resilient. I come from a background of an art. I used to hand paint, design, do things for Disney. To here, we are creating technology-enabled products and services for startups at Google to anywhere in the world, to governments and even military services.
Anybody else wants to comment on that?
I mean, I'll jump in on this quickly, and I will say that so from the neuroscience standpoint of things, I work with also like neuroscience, psychologists, neurology, right? So I look at kind of like all aspects and wheelhouses of it, and I'm talking to professionals in these fields all the time. So that's why I keep coming back to conscious awareness, which we agree upon. So the thing that I can tell you is that, our training tools, I look at our medical designs, and I look at a lot of what's coming out, and the fact that everything now can be done, right? Even dissecting things, right, can be done visually and with the movement of a hand and a wand, right? Like wanding things. And so the thing is that I will tell people, and based off of the people who have also worked, with our military and conscious awareness and developing their skills, is that there's still an element of the physical aspect of things in the human world that have to be applied in order for you to have the proper skill set to do many of these things, right? So you can't just learn now how to do it in thin air and have it be expected to be the same as when you enter a surgical room. So these are the key factors, right? So the other strong component from the individual that I was working with who has dealt with, our military and training conscious awareness, same thing. He said the thing is that, yes, you can exercise and you can do different things with the lobes of the brain, but it's not the same as when you actually have physical exercises that are attached, that are actually embedding the information into the brain. And then on the third note on here, I want to quickly say, we mentioned ADHD or, attention deficit. My youngest was diagnosed when she was 10 with it, and I refused to medicate her. I trained her and taught her that this is a gift, right? So you think faster. That's a gift, right? So the thing is that, to our point, without critical thinking and visionary thinking in our design, oftentimes we unknowingly, literally just unknowingly design some of these things, and we don't know the outcome until years later. I'm the first generation to grow up on computers, right? So I'm dating myself, Ricky. I am decades into this, right? So I can give some testimonial for the decades side of things. And so these generations that are coming through, they're not learning in encyclopedias anymore, right? And my children were like encouraged to read and are novel readers, like they love it. But not everybody is, right? And so now all of a sudden, when you're consuming information in a different way, and even though my little one is an incredible reader and writer, she still, right, had that diagnosis. So it's not a faster thinker is not going to fit in the existing education systems, because the existing education systems are encyclopedia taught and designed for manufacturers. We are in a creative era now. it's almost like a swoop of like, okay, now we're coming back into this whole mass creative cycle again. And technology will peak it, but we also need to be mindful of practical application and actually embedding some of these things into our brain as we go through the process.
Yeah, I just want to double click on one thing you were talking about there, because I think it's, especially in the XR industry, kind of under talked about, is that idea of like physical application of the skill set that you're training. So 100%. Like if you're going to be a welder, you need to actually use welding tools and go experience the heat and the temperature and be in that environment. If you're going to be a doctor, you need to work on real cadavers in med school. Like that's 100% a requirement in order to achieve those skill sets. I think the magic of these simulated environments, whether that be a virtual 3D space or an AI simulator for soft skills where you can practice difficult conversations or something like that, the key there is just additional repetitions. Like we're able to scale the accessibility to it, so it's less expensive up front for someone to participate in exploring those skill sets or those potential career paths. But then they're also able to learn things much faster and have more time to master it, so that by the time they get to the physical application, they feel like they're more prepared for it. So I think that's the key with all of these pieces of technology is they're scaling things, right? So they're either going to replace things that people just don't want to do at all. For example, when photography started, painters didn't have to focus on documentation painting anymore. They could just focus on creative painting. It changed where those skill sets got to focus their energy. So I think that's the key when we talk about technical innovation, is it's always meant to enhance human skill sets and ability so we can focus our energy where we're most interested, where it's most valuable. And there's a lot of uncertainty there, which is why, we fear about getting replaced. We fear about where our jobs can go. I think the more optimistic we are about the technology, the more we believe what it's capable of. And so that leads us to seeing the dangers of it and where it could go. But the reality is it also opens up incredible doorways for people to pick up these career paths they may have never been able to have access to before.
Right. And it's funny because I think what I'm hearing you say is that our educational system needs to come up to speed so that it's actually upskilling our children and augmenting them with the, or I think not just the children, but even the educators and all of us at scale, so that we understand the change that's happening around us, and then which taken us to a place where we and the machine are working together, which is that whole field of human machine teaming. Betty, I saw you like your spotty emotion language of yours was like you were ready to jump on something, but maybe when Rick was speaking, was that did you have something to add to that?
Well, I lit up because he's talking about VR specifically, so that's one thing. But the thing that kept coming to my mind was Sinead Bavell. I don't know if you guys have heard of her before. She speaks out a lot on AI and other technologies. She's a tech advisor for CNN and things like that. She says that the best thing that we can do about the future is prepare for it. And so it's just that's what kept coming to my head is as you guys were talking, and as the question around are we upskilling? You had a question in the comments, Lubna, about do you believe your employer are doing enough to upskill employees? Like, I think I agree with Sinead. The best thing we can do about the future is to prepare for it. And sometimes we don't know how to do that. We just have to do the next right thing. And so that might be learning about this technology change, learning more about AI, for example, and trying to make our own determination if it's going to take our job or someone else's job that we know. I think the answer to that question is maybe, because there are some jobs that AI could do more efficiently. And then there are some jobs that it can't do without that human interaction. For example, I went to CES, the largest trade show in the US. Highly recommend it. Also recommend that you are prepared, because it's kind of like they took everyone whoever went to Disney World in one day and put them all in Las Vegas at the same time. So anyways, a lot of people there. And at CES, there were there were a lot of different things that are kind of wild and crazy out there that I wasn't sure about. But there was this one thing that really stopped me. And it was like this, it was a machine that could make 60 meals in an hour, 60 meals in an hour, I think it was, at a total cost of like $4.50 to pay for that machine to make those meals. And so that got me thinking, could this machine, this automation, replace some jobs? Some jobs, yes, but somebody still had to design that recipe and load that. The machine can't load itself. You see what I'm saying? So it's like the best thing I think we can do is to really think critically about what it is that's coming down the pipe, how it's going to affect us directly, and then just do the next right thing as far as getting ourselves and those around us ready. That's kind of what I was thinking as my eyes were going crazy.
I light up when you said CS, because there's some really interesting technologies there where AI and other sensor-based technology where it was guiding a blind person through walking, they're able to walk without walking into things. And you know, without needing to also, especially at higher things, when something might hit them in the face that a guide dog might not. So I mean, technology can play a fantastic role, and it can diagnose, and it can read X-rays, it can do a lot of things that better than what we can. But the question is then, what are we doing about our ourselves, and how are we adopting, and are we doing enough in terms of policy, in terms of on preparing ourselves for a better future? Sam, what do you think?
You know, I think it's interesting because, you know, one of the things that's fascinated me with technology and how it's evolved, specifically when we get into AI and even like VR, which completely changed, you know, learning and development, which is where I started at. And you know, what it really comes down to is we've been horrible, and I'm going to speak as an HR professional because that's where my background is, but we've been really bad at job design since the very beginning. Like you know, and we still do this, like, oh, we're overworked, so we just add a job. And we saw this during the global pandemic, that it was so quick to just eliminate jobs when we needed to. And we had these mass layoffs. And so to what Betty is saying is, yeah, there's jobs that technology can do better, or it can complement and make us more productive. And I think what's really interesting is if we get really visionary about it, is if that machine that's making those meals replaces those jobs that most of the people who are probably doing those jobs can't make ends meet anyway. So we can go right into compensation and think about that minimum wage, they're not really living a life. And so how do we now start to create jobs that make people feel valuable? Because really technology is replacing a lot of these redundancies. Like for me, it made my life so much easier. Like as an introvert, it helps me identify how to send an extroverted email sometimes. You know, ChatGPT has allowed me to connect with people in ways that I never really thought I could do, or save me time and drafting all kinds of stuff. And but really, like, how can we now create jobs that allow employees to engage, that can make and earn wages where they can live life and have a balanced life? Because that's really going back to your question about empathy and compassion. Like going through the global pandemic, we just saw all this burnout. And the one thing that I'll say that's kind of like linking back to just the fear component that we keep hearing about. And I think the biggest struggle with technology right now is, you know, the people that are resisting and are afraid, it's from a capacity place. You know, from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, when we are tired, the first thing that happens emotionally is we get afraid, and specifically we get afraid of the future. So people who are burnt out and overworked, there's a direct tie to this idea that I'm exhausted, I'm overworked, and I'm terrified of the future. And so those are my defense mechanisms that come out. Oh, I love Betty with the hearts. That's so cool.
I love it. Wait, let me go find the hearts. I want a heart.
Yeah, I'll do
it. I love you guys.
I have something to add on this topic. It's actually very near and dear to my heart. So I know we talk a lot about what do people do, right? Once technology takes over them, if they're a factory worker, right, and a machine comes in and it's now packing the chips and putting it in the box. If you are a marketer, right, there's also applications out there that can write more effective powerful messages than you do. So maybe marketers will lose their jobs or copywriters. And if you are someone who is, let's say, an office worker, right? You might not be needed for certain data entry functions that you're doing, because now it can be pulled from sources or from third-party providers. And so I work with diverse employees and diverse leaders from across the industry. So I'll just mention that kind of like being everywhere, anywhere, all at once. That's kind of how my life journey has unfolded for me. And in that journey, I've been able to kind of see, okay, technology, it's a tool, but how can I work around it? What are the things about technology that that I can use on the things that I don't want to do or that I don't enjoy? And then what are some of those things that I can still keep because it's part of being human, and technology cannot, to your point, to many of your points, become that critical thinker. They cannot be true visionaries. They cannot be as strategic as a human. And so I constantly find that when I'm working with small groups and one-on-one coaching people on transferable skills, how to be resilient, how to be adaptable, and that the question keeps on coming back to, well, Katia, I just got laid off, and I've been working in this job for 10 plus years. And so what do I do now? How can I better control my work and life now? And I said, well, during those 10 years, did you explore any other types of jobs or responsibilities or topics? Or did you just go to the factory, work, and come back home, and that was the only skill set that you built? And so I think one thing employers can do is, offer the kind of training that can help to encourage and motivate employees to go out there and explore different types of job duties that are still similar to, let's say, if they're in finance, that's still in the financial services industry, but maybe they're no longer doing accounting, right? Maybe now they're doing a little bit of consulting work for small businesses. Maybe now they're doing more spreadsheet related work. And so I don't really think that technology is ever going to be a true enemy. I think technology can help us to think deeper and to work around it so that we can actually find ideas and ways that technology could just never replace. And to go about that, I tell people the way I see things is, I remember graduating from high school with mediocre, grades, right? I was, I think, 3.2. And my sister was valedictorian, right? She went to an Ivy League college. I went to a small private college that was very entrepreneur based. But I saw the opportunity there where I could connect with different professors, learn all kinds of different life skills, where she was focused more in liberal arts and certain topics that would still take her to go into the workforce and find out, oh, how am I going to apply this to the workforce? How am I going to actually make use of this that I learned in the books? And so the way I see it is employees, at the end of the day, are students. We're all students. And it's on us to find skills that we think can be transferable in our career. And our career is not necessarily tied to one specific job title or job type, but continue to grow in that career and find those gifts and talents that we didn't develop previously, and work on those. And so whenever I hear about, okay, well, Katia, how can we do that? Well, if you are, let's say, a financial advisor and you now want to explore becoming a journalist, connect to journalists on LinkedIn, talk to them. Google is your best friend. That's technology. Search what their job descriptions are. Attend some webinars by these journalists. Get a feel for their jobs. Shadow them that way if you cannot get in front of someone and hold their hands and go out in the field. And then you'll be able to get a good idea of, oh, you know what I'm actually missing is communication skills. No, that is a transferable skill. And writing skills, not writing an essay or dissertation paper, but writing to another human, my boss, a coworker, a client. Writing in a human way that technology cannot replace, because maybe that's focused on products and specific details that's related to the business. But how can I develop that kind of communication skill that I can take it with me everywhere? How can I develop certain skills, let's say relationship building skills that I can take with me everywhere, networking skills. And so continue to look at that Rolodex of skills and topics and be open to learning a few of those. Obviously don't have to go crazy, right? But if you know you've been stuck in this position for long and you hear about technology coming in, robots taking over, right? Chat GPT taking over writing, don't be afraid of it, but consider it, okay, this might be a good friend coming in, taking over the boring task that I don't want to do. Now, how can I beat this robot and work on the things that she, he, they cannot do? And so I think that might be a positive way to kind of look at AI technology in general, and put together a strategic plan, a tactical plan, if you will, right, step by step. Whether your employer offers you these skills or not, there are plenty of people out there who are multi-talented. I don't believe anybody is, skilled in one thing. You may have one job that's a doctor, but you are maybe a motivational speaker, an author. You are maybe doing other things, volunteering, right? So you also know enough about nutrition, if that's what you're talking about, DEI. And so I think the mentality going in with technology is to see that it really is there to serve you. And now you have to find other ways that's more meaningful, that it cannot do effectively. It may be able to do it efficiently, but it cannot do effectively without the human mind, and focus on building those skill sets.
Yes, indeed. So you wanted to say something, Ricky?
Yes, I want to jump in on this really quickly. I just wanted to say that what we're talking about here is conscious versus subconscious mind. So subconscious mind, it has a tendency to manage all of our skill, like our tasking, right? Our tasking work. So think of AI as like now managing the tasking type stuff for us, right? That's what it has the capability to do. Consciousness, right, coupled with passion, which is essentially what you've been saying, when a person follows their passion, they're capable of anything. So find something that maybe is a passion if you haven't done that in the past previously, and then pursue that. Conscious awareness is what a computer cannot do, right? A computer cannot be consciously aware. Technology does not have that capability. So when you're in the present moment and you're actually paying attention to things, you're going to be able to handle and manage these challenges, right, that we're faced with, whether it be transitioning jobs or job titles or job functions, or now looking for a passion or whatever the case may be. You're going to have the capability to do that with so much more grace and ease. And the more calm you can stay, the better your results will be in that capacity. And I'm going to just drop this, and then I'm going to drop the mic and let everybody else go. But I wanted to also just bring it full circle with my daughter. So she was failing out in the 6th grade, right? Everybody was like, she can't focus. I'm like, I know my daughter, she can focus on anything that she truly loves. And that held true. And then she found, to your point of everybody talking about, hey, find your own solution, right? In this situation. If you know you're going to be faced with it, then do a little critical thinking of your own. She found a charter school. She was able to report on subject matter that she got to choose. That was the biggest difference. She graduated 2 years early. We started her photography business. She is now 27, and we started it when she was 15, and she's still doing it successfully.
Wow. You have a 27-year-old? I want to know what
creams 33, yeah.
But Vivian, are we designing into our system's ability to actually enable people to work with them such that we can expand our minds and tap into our passions? In the past, that wasn't okay. By the way, I've been repeatedly diagnosed with attention deficit, and I say that means, so it's another way of being polymathic. You have multiple interests, and thank you for saying you can process faster, so I can talk a lot faster. No, I'm kidding. But it's true. We need to break these frames, and maybe technology will help us come out of this conditioning of what we can and can't do, and what was right and what is wrong. That you should do this and should do that, and can't do this because you're a he or a she or a they or a whatever you may be. But are we doing enough, Vivian, in terms of designing systems? Because I know you're in design to ease the onboarding of that experience. Because I mean, as a technologist in the past, I had this fight a lot where we designed technology for the sake of technology, not for the sake of a
Yes.
human element.
I would like to give a case study, actually, one that really touched my heart. It's a startup in India, and I met them while at Google for Startups as a mentor for a wild card entry, because they were making robots for manual scavenging, and nobody knew how to handle that. But cut the chase to 5 6 years later. Not only did these youngsters who built this robot, I'll tell you what the robot does. They changed the mindset of all the things that we talked about. One is the ability and skills that were difficult for somebody to onboard and learn. Second was the fear of job being taken away. And third, the person who likely or very unlikely handled such a thing as technology was actually controlling that technology. They built manual scavenging robots, which now became a policy in India through in the honorable Prime Minister has passed a new law that manual scavenging is illegal in India because of this invention, which basically took over. And municipalities now deploy this, and the same manual scavenger would go into people's mess and clean it up and even die there sometimes, many times, is now the operator of this technology. So they have a dignified job. Their families are very proud of them, and it's a big moment. You can just search up Gen Robotics in India, and that's an example I wanted to bring, because if we are able to do all of these things, follow the passion. Now these are engineers, and the thought behind the invention was that we have been able to send man to the moon, and technology can do all these things. But what about saving lives down the street? A simple thing that person will probably not even know how to use a mobile phone. This may be hard to understand for people who don't know what manual scavenging is, but that's the epitome of a good use case, I think. And design can draw that, because in design, or from a aspect of design, is always understanding people's mindsets and empathy, being in action through compassion, making things usable and making things uh, more natural for people instead of having to learn them. Like if I tell you open the door, you don't think twice to touch the handle of the door to push it right, left, forward, backward, or whichever way you want. Or when I tell you open a bottle or hold a cup, these are all natural ways that you've learned as motor habits. I think Alida would be able to elaborate more on that, on how we develop these habits. But that's where it is. Design can and will and is changing the way we are using these technologies.
I feel we're just warming up, but I've been given the 2 3 minute warning, and when if anybody else has a comment on this, that we'll keep it very short, and do make it ready. I can feel you. I can feel
I do have one quick thing.
yes, and then after you said, just answer me with this. Are our governments doing enough? Do we need regulation? Do we need anything like that? And I've asked in the chat, should AI have rights? Because I've had these debates before, like human rights. So go ahead.
The thing I wanted to say was just that the good news is that we've done this reskilling, upskilling, new skilling thing before. I mean, if you think 100 years ago, which was 1924, by the way, which used to be 50 years ago. I'm not really sure how it became 100 years ago, but people's jobs were to lay railroad. We don't do that anymore. Not really. Not in the US. It's all done. Now we just maintain it, and we don't even use the rail the way that we used to. You see what I'm saying? Like there's everything changes. And so we're just sort of doing that again. So redefining the work that we do and how we do it is not something that's new. But the future is always scary when you're in the present, right? It's always scary when you're looking ahead at it. So that's kind of just what I wanted to say based on the whole upskilling, reskilling conversation. As far as your question around, are we doing enough to regulate? I think we need to do more. I'm not sure we could go any faster. I don't know. I think if we went any faster, it would be scarier. I think we would miss things. So I think there's definitely more to come with that. We should just keep going.
And should AI have rights, like human rights? Yes or no?
I think we still have. It's too soon to say. My gut instinct is no, but it's really too soon to say.
A few years ago, I was in a room and this topic came up, and one, I'm not sure how I feel about him still. This gentleman stands up and said, "I think it should fight for its rights like women have to still." But anyway, who wants to? We have to wrap up. So, anybody else want to make a comment on are we doing enough, and should AI have rights? And I just will say myself, will remind everybody as I close, is that we should all remember that we work to live and not live to work. So any other comments on the topics before we thank Chris for giving us the opportunity to do this, and I hope we can all get together again and continue this in more depth, because I feel like this was just a warm-up. Okay.
I just want to say thank you, Lubna. It's been wonderful, and everybody else here.
Thank you. Well, thank you very, very much, all of you. I am so grateful to be in your presence. The future is brighter because people like you are here, and I will be definitely needing the spiritual and the consciousness support, and so I'll be calling on you. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you, Chris, for giving us all this opportunity. Thank you, GatherVerse family, for sharing your time with us. Thank you.
Greetings and welcome everyone to our second session for GatherVerse Summit 2024, Day 3, our final day, as we move forward from a very expressive discussion and roundtable discussion on the future of the workplace and how it's operating contemporary. We come to a fireside discussion with our GatherVerse community member and friend, Stefan Youngblood. Stefan, how are you? Your mic, sir.
There we go. I'm doing great. How are you doing, Chris? You're doing it, man. This is an incredible gathering of people, and you keep doing it. So it's pretty amazing to see.
I'm definitely happy that we're afforded to gather here globally with everyone assembling here at GatherVerse.live and on our other social streams. Stefan, let's go on an excursion for a moment.
Okay.
Let's set the stage, and
I do that often.
I know you do, and we're about to do it right now because we're in the cockpit and we're headed to the stratosphere with this. Can AI see me? And for audience, for those that are with us, the subject begs the discussion. It lends to having this discussion. Just last week, we assembled with Stefan's organization, Black in AI. It's not limited to our Black community members. We have all different types of people that arrived and showed up to Black AI. We had over 400 people at this particular session and talking about AI and what it means for Black communities and all different types of communities. And I ask this is because there's a real authentic question in terms of what's being deployed and built and developed with these large language foundational models. Can it detect me? Can it see me? Not just by my physical stature, not just by the color of my skin, but my culture. Can AI recognize and identify me? Stefan, what do you got?
Well, number one, that word see, I don't know if you're opening that up to interpretation outside of perceiving with our vision, because see actually also means understand and sort of get where someone is. Hey, Lachey, how's it going? Lachey. Now we see Lachey. But here's the thing. The amount of data that is out there and circulating sort of ubiquitously right now on each of us, the fact that my picture's up here and Chris yours and Lachey, it sees us. So AI clearly sees a lot of things and is gathering information about us. Lastly, I'll say this really quick. Sam Altman said that one of his greatest fears, he said this when he was taking an award for Time magazine, December last year, was that all of this data that's out there for each one of us, I mean, they're picking it from here and picking it from there. somehow it would gather in one place and know us so well because it's been customized that it would be able to change our thoughts and our decision making. So it's so ubiquitous in the way that it sees us, and sure, in the physical makeup and all that too. There's a lot going on behind the scenes right now.
Thank you for sharing that, Stefan. And Lachey, we certainly do welcome the opportunity to gather with you with the minutes that we have. It comes and leaves as quick as it arrives. And when we think about what we're looking at in the subject matter, can AI see me? Can it see any of us? We are not just talking about our physical disposition of what we can see by and what it can see, but detect by multimodal capability and our visual interfaces, biometrics. That's one. That's one single variable equation, but it's certainly a multivariable equation. Can it see me? Can it detect me? My cultural input when I'm communicating with it and its output doesn't always add up.
That's right.
Yeah. So one thing I thought about, like when this question was posed, was and y'all analytics out there, I'm kind of geeky. So I thought of VAVE, which is value analysis, value engineering, right? And it's that proposition of what's the value in a product, what's the value in us as people to be seen. And then I kind of broke it down in my head, like, okay, the fact that, being seen, it can be visibly, right? What you were talking about, Stefan, can it visibly be seen? But also as in, acknowledging, right? Am I acknowledged within AI as a value add, right? The other V that I was thinking about, like I said, I'm really geeky, was that validation. Is AI really acknowledging my struggle? Is it really acknowledging,
that's good.
Am I seeking that validation, as Black and brown, within the AI system? And the E, we throw around the word empowerment all the time, but is it really giving me those opportunities in AI to be seen? Right? So, like I said, I'm really geeky, I'm really analytical. So just that terminology, VAVE, just made me think of just two different realms in the scene, but also, are we valued? Are we valued? And how can we become that value add within the AI ecosystem that's being developed, right?
And I have to to acknowledge that you two have been such advocates, and very specifically for Black communities, because I am such an advocate for all inclusive culture. But I certainly, as a Black man, I just think it's so important to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to do their parts for their own communities to contribute to the overall greater development of these models. And because we're heading into a world where we're becoming more dependent, if you will, and our work processes and methods and what's rendered out on these AI machines. And we're also developing relationships with these platforms as well. We start thinking about equitable collaboration and collaborative decision-making and emotional and social learning. How can it be to our advantage and benefit to offer us the best of what its intention is according to its maker? How can it serve the benefit and advantage of us if there's nobody in these rooms that come from the different cultures that we come from? Not just with Black communities. I'm even talking about when it comes to gender. I'm talking about cross-cultural communication and development. How can we expect for these AIs to live up to the best of what it is that the Sam Altmans and the Ilya Sistovers and the Satya Nadellas, if you will, who all have brilliant minds for innovation, but could they be limited based on their backgrounds, their surroundings, and their environments, and not really truly know that if you do not build with more people in more different communities around the world globally and democratize access, you're going to have a bigger problem in your hand in this disinformation age.
That's exactly what's happening right now. And I think, I'm about to speak at a conference a little bit later today. I think sometimes the community that's not Black, and we could say some of the white community, they think, wow, AI is big. That's the word that comes out. And sometimes when we first start talking about it in the Black community, we say, wow, AI is biased. That's what we see, and we see the opportunity that is big. I was working with a company using their product. They're in Australia. I think there's 3 people working for it right now. And I was trying to do a website and I needed some specific pictures. But the bottom line is they just didn't have it. He said, we're only pulling from a certain resource right now, but we need something else. Now, this is the founder CEO. They built 2.5 million sites right now. This is 1 year later after they launched. And he said, we need those pictures. So we have this sort of resource over here for photos, but we need more. We need what you're doing right now, Chris, in building communities and getting people out there, and what Lachey is doing. I mean, we've been working on some projects for quite a while now, and she's heavily in the Atlanta scene and what's happening down there. So I just say absolutely, yes, we have to be here. And it's this type of presence that helps it right now.
And I just want for both of you to share briefly, why have you gone into the work that you do and representing underserved and underrepresented communities in a way of seeing beyond the prejudices of what people may think that we gather for and have these discussions in the first place? Why do you do this? Because I know that you are looking much further ahead into the advancements of innovation itself.
Lachey.
Yeah, so I'll chime in and say that it is the building of legacy, right? I mean, when we talk about needing to look beyond ourselves, that's one thing, but also the needing to build beyond ourselves and build inclusively. This is a huge world, and we're just in the microcosm of a piece of the world. And for me to get into it is to kind of expand what we have the capabilities to do. And that is kind of a coming together as a global unit. There are pieces of the pie for us to make up us's of the world. And we just want to make sure that we're a part of that piece of the pie, that we're plugging in as a piece of the pie. And when I'm talking about the us's, yes, we are talking about BIPOC, because we are the pieces that are usually missing from that piece of the pie when it comes to technology, when it comes to that new innovative innovation that's out there. We're normally not at the table helping to build. We're normally not at the table putting our input into how it should be built.
That's good.
And for our part is to actually be able to say, hey, we have experts in this arena. Put us on these committees, put us on on these teams. But also we're coming together and saying, hey, we can build too. We can be part of this process and we can build too. Yeah. All right, Stefan.
Thanks. That's really good. I'll just say really quick that, Chris, April 1968, I know where I was. My parents put 8 of us in a station wagon and went down to Washington, D.C. just after these demonstrations and riots happened after the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The city was smoldering. I was 7 years old, and I'll never get that out of my mind. Here I am, 62 years old now, and this struggle is still happening. I'm looking at a whole new world of AI where we're seeing some of these same biases. You put in this and you get that. Well, we have to have the inclusion of us in an equitable way, and I know you love that. So we bring our cultures fully into it and who we are fully into it, but it takes advocates in each of these areas standing up, and we work together. I got into this because I help in a socioeconomic way. I work with the homeless here in Raleigh, North Carolina. So I'm always looking to see who's not at the table. You don't know this, Chris, but right after this, at the workshop I'll be doing, that's my theme. We have to see who's not at the table. And I'm going to actually highlight a restaurant that a lady started 5 miles from my house called A Place at the Table. She literally wanted to give a place to everyone, regardless of where they were financially. So there's a lot of homeless, and the homeless come and work, and they work with other people, and it's a restaurant for everyone. So we just want a place at the table where we're all working together.
And with that said, with the 1 minute we have, permit me to chime in on everything that you both have said. Like I said, it arrives quick and it leaves even sooner and faster. About this table, I have described myself as a table maker.
Yeah.
The idea, the notion and the idea that I'm even at this point, and I certainly am with you on that stuff, and that I'm even asking anyone to sit at their table. I'm coming to appreciate that I don't want to sit at a table that doesn't want me. I'd rather build my own table, but build my table to give to others that want to have their own table. These are uncomfortable conversations for people to hear. I realize even within the GatherVerse community, but we will continue to have these conversations, not just limited to our Black communities, but it's just that important because it speaks to the ethos of our standards when we talk about equity and equality and ethics. And we must come to these conversations openly and come as you are, and we come and arrive with peace at this discussion. Audience, please follow these two, give them a look, come see what it's like on the other side of things so that we can relate and be able to build more inclusively together. No one's biting you, no one's fighting you. We're all friends. Take good care. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us, Chris.
Absolutely. An audience is now just that quick. Time to come to our next roundtable discussion. We have a lot to be able to venture into because I want to be able to take us further. And Lynn Jatau, the GatherVerse Communications Director, is getting ready to do that, to have an incredible discussion on artistry. You can have art without technology, but you cannot have technology without art. May our gather be well.
Well, hello, greetings, and welcome to the second panel of the day. We're very happy and delighted to have you here. As my mentor, Christopher Lafayette, has introduced me, I'm Lingi Tao, Communications Director for GatherVerse. And with me, we have a very expert panel. I can't wait to hear from them. And they're going to help us in this roundtable discussion on the replaceable essence of artistry, exploring the limits of AI in creative process, of which I think is just an extension to the fireside chat that we just had right now. And kindly, panelists, we're going to be brief. I ask you to introduce yourself quick, and then we delve into the heart of the matter. I'll start with you, Stacey.
Hi, everybody. I'm Stacey Whittle, co-founder of Block of Love and Teatro del Corazón. I work both as a creative, as an actor, and also on the other side of kind of mentoring and exploring how we can use AI with actually performance. That was pretty short.
Wish, kindly follow.
Sure. I'm Wishborn. I'm the CEO of Renaissance Analytics, the creator of Spark, a virtual incubator that's powered by AI, and Sparky. He's a companion AI, goes along with him.
Adrian.
Peace, everybody. Adrian Rashad Driscoll, co-founder of Collimation TV. We extend the stage with a lot of musical and entertainment experiences. Basically, I tell stories and sometimes I use a headset.
Nice. Terrence?
Hi, I'm Terrence Leclerc, founder CEO of Meta For You, an immersive interactive services company via talent, content, and consultation. I'm also an immersive person, which means I focus as a performer in interpersonal dynamics and moment-to-moment realities and world building in that sense.
Athia, I hope I did.
Wow. I mean, following those introductions, I don't know what I have to say. But I'm Adya. I'm a design director at Shinor, and I'm also founder and executive director of Academy of Art Design and Strategy. We teach, train, and also do hands-on design. I have a background in as an artist as well, so I guess that qualifies me here. Very nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. So let's get started. I'm looking at the image right next to our question, and you can all bet this is an AI-generated art. And we're here to discuss about this. So how does AI challenge traditional notions of creativity and artistry? Taking an example of this art that is just right there above us. Who wants to start? I think I go with Stacey.
Wow. So as an actor I've just taken a real role on a real stage in a real theater in a real town as a real person. So I feel really grateful for that opportunity. I just want to say, a lot of people are really afraid. And I think we need to start this conversation by addressing that so many people in the creative community are really scared of losing the little, and I'm not talking about Hollywood megastars, the little that they have. And so I feel like it's my responsibility to kind of help people through that process to realize that change is coming, it's already happening, and that we have to accept and kind of help drive it, right? So AI is challenging these traditional notions in such a way that there's this real profound shift that's taking place in people's minds about what it means. And so this idea of like losing my job and AI is going to kill all these industries is actually true. And so how do we think about our skill set and using it in this way to create a world that we want to be part of and that we can add to? So I know that's kind of not necessarily answering it directly, but I think it's a good starting place, at least for me.
Brilliant. Anyone else who want to chime in on that?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Wish. You can go first.
Cool, thank you. This one, this is a particularly interesting topic for me too, because as an artist myself, I've been drawing since I was a kid. I like to but computers were always my biggest passion. So when you look at some of the first examples of digital art, they were just playing around with getting dots dancing around on a screen, and that's really what it comes down to. Art is a lot about expression. So when it comes to challenging how it's going to change traditional artwork, it's just giving us new tools to create new types of art, like pour art, right? Like pour art is something that you don't have a lot of control over. It's not like somebody sitting down and drawing and etching out lines or carving out a piece of wood or something like that you have a lot of control over and in the detail. You're just kind of letting the elements go where they may, and you have a little bit of influence and inspiration in how it starts out. That's kind of like how AI is as well. Is you know what you want to express, but you maybe don't have the skills yourself to be able to do it. So AI gives you the ability to express that. And for traditional artists, it's just it ups the game. So people are never going to want to not care about handmade art. Like that's always going to have its own niche desire. People want that particular type of thing, but they're also going to get better. Like regular traditional artists are going to look at what an AI is able to create and be like, well, I can do better than what AI can do. And if anything is proven true, is humans are always competing with each other and whatever else is around us.
Yeah, I think that's a very thought-provoking reflections. I've never thought of it that way. Adrian, please add to this conversation.
Yeah, look, AI doesn't challenge creativity. It does not challenge artistry. It never will, because artistry comes from a place of sentience, right? If you look at any AI generated art form, whatever it is, from film to images, as we often see, they're derivative, right? What is the prompt, right? But without a prompt or a narrative or a story, all of this is pointless. It can't create for you. It's saying, hey, look, what if I could do this and do that? What it does do is gives access, right? Because I can't draw for anything at all, right? But maybe I want to learn to draw if I can create something. What would the Mona Lisa be if it didn't have a story? It would be nothing. That's the truth of it. AI doesn't create stories. It creates images from the stories that you prompt it to tell. That's all it's doing, at least at this point.
Wow, is this how we're going to start? It's very, very interesting, very thought-provocative, and I love it. Now, let's go to you, Terence. I want you to answer me this specific question. Can AI truly replicate the human creative process, or does it serve as a tool for artists?
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's a great question. I want to echo, and I love what everyone's been saying. And it's very true, like what Adrian said. It's like the human creative process is something that I don't know if we fully understand, even as artists, where it comes from. And this technology infringing upon creativity just reminds me of drum machines, like when they came out, and how it's like some drummers may have, been intimidated by that, and understandably so. But what it eventually led to was creating new forms of music and new forms of expression. And drummers who were proficient drummers became the most skilled at programming realistic drum patterns, in those machines, which to, follow up on what Stacy was saying, as an actor, I was on the, strike lines, for SAG-AFTRA. I've been a member since 2001. And there is a big fear about AI replacing people. And I was encouraging actors to look into AI. I think that's, and when I say AI, it's true that AI has been around since the 80s. And when we talk about AI, we're meaning more just like open AI and just like the most recent rush and availability of the technology, right? So in that sense, like the programming, like Sora, like being able to create films, with just a prompt and things like that. It's true, like what Adrian was saying about it's about the prompts, and just like drummers who know patterns can program patterns in drum machines, actors and storytellers and people who have studied their craft know a skill, know that their skill so well that they can infuse that knowledge in this tool, which it ultimately is. I love mentioning how AI is like it's like a Furby, where it's like the way it's designed is it's meant to trick you into thinking it's a living thing. It's not, it's an algorithm. And that speaks to our human loneliness of wanting there to be something alive there, which is a beautiful thing. But we have each other to find that in, which is also beautiful. But so to answer your question, I think it serves as a tool. It can serve as a tool if we approach it as such, rather than be intimidated. I guess when we all came up with fire, right? Like same thing where we're like, this is gonna destroy us, and it's like, well, change is tough, but welcoming change with an inclusive and optimistic mindset will lead to beautiful transformations.
Well, that's a very brilliant answer. But I tend to look at AI as a double-edged sword. It is a tool, and yet it can replicate what we're doing because we are the ones who are creating it. Whatever is being output there, look at Sora. And I'm just referring back to our conversation that we had yesterday, a fireside chat, or was it a panel with Chris and it was about creatives, and Chris mentioned that we don't know how much this Sora can go. They are only showing us for 1 minute, but we don't know how much it can go. What if it can create a movie like Netflix? And what if it can create a whole maybe drama or a whole movie? We don't know. So I think it serves as a double-edged sword here. It's a tool, but also it's a replica of who we are and what we do. Maybe let me go to the next question. And Ate, I want you to jump in on this. What are the ethical implications of using AI in artistic creation?
Wow, I mean, the loaded question comes to the last person. I just to resonate with the rest of the panelists. I mean, AI is a tool, right? And how we use it and how we express ourselves and how we use that within the process that we have, that's up to us because we have that control. We are the ones navigating this tool. It's not that it's doing something without, like how Adrian mentioned, there's a prompt. There is somebody's thought process, original thought process of a human being that's going into this knowledge base, right? And this knowledge base is a lot of people collaborating to give AI the knowledge that it has today. That's why it's always going to be a little behind. It's just that it has a larger mind than we can have, right? We use 10% of our brain, that's using 100% of its is. So that's the only difference. And instead of thinking of, and I see this a lot, is that it's us versus AI, but then who created it? It's us. So then why is it that we are like Captain America and Iron Man like versus each other, like running around fighting this thing when we just have to um, accept that that's what the new technology is, and then how do we come back to balance, right? So right now we're in that upheaval of the world is imbalanced, but soon enough we're going to find the water is going to find its level, right? And we'll figure out how to use it. Coming to ethical implications, it is not. I think we're still in the beginning stages of seeing what it's capable of. So really the ethical implications will come a little later on in that process because we don't even know what it's capable of. So answering a questions or raising that question about fairness, originality, credit to work. I mean, it's not that we're giving credit to work even today, right? If there's a software being used for a movie, or if there is a technology that's using for digital art, for example, if someone's using Illustrator or is using Procreate, there is a credit given to the tool because the tool helped you make art, right? But so why not just give that credit that, okay, ChatGPT helped me make this story or AI helped me with this? Of course, the credit, because that knowledge base is what we used to create it. That doesn't take away from our originality. It doesn't take away from what we use to express and the point that we are expressing. It's just a means to communicate because nothing is going to think and feel like a human. There is no replacement of a human being because we are original beings. And even though we would love to think that we're capable of creating life, it's just not possible. So let's just take away this superior thinking that we have, that we are capable of creating life and we are this Dr. Frankenstein. It's not happening. So that's what I think.
Yeah, that's very brilliant. And let's go to collaborations. We always talk about collaborations between human beings, collaborations between organizations, but right now, with this era of AI, we have to consider collaborations with AI. How do we collaborate with AI? And this is an open question for all of you. To anyone who is ready to chime in on this, please tell us, how can artists and technologists collaborate to explore the full potential of AI?
I went to CES in Las Vegas to actually find that out because I'm trying to create a show in which I will have someone as a hologram appear. And then we will place that in a virtual, in a headset. So I was looking for that and trying to figure out a really great way of collaborating, and everyone seems to be open to it. Haven't had anyone say I'm not interested. So I think they're just it's as an artist keeping abreast of those technologies that we can use, and I can guarantee that, and I'm sure Terrence and others can say that so many artists have no because they just don't want to. They're like, nope, not using it. Nope, don't want to think about it. Nope. And so we're missing out. So I feel like it's not just a good idea. It's an imperative. Otherwise, then we get left behind. So
100%. I absolutely agree with. Sorry, Lynn, I've cut you off.
Yeah, please. I just want to welcome Lisa. Welcome on board. Manuel, I think you can proceed with your contribution.
Yeah, so like I was saying, and I agree with Stacey, it's the acceptance is not there. And even the fact that we should learn this tool and understand what it's capable of. A lot of people are afraid, maybe, or is it just that we're so comfortable and satisfied in where we are in life that we don't want to learn? So the fact that humans are not open to learning is the hindrance here. It's just that. It's not because it's going to take away the jobs. Of course, when there's change, there's always someone who's losing out and someone who's winning. But the winners are mostly people who are learning, who are evolving, who are adapting to change, right? And if you don't do that, and if you are sitting on your laurels and be like, okay, I have 50 years under my belt, nothing can replace me. Well, wake up. It can, right? That's it.
I just want to have a quick addition to that. And I think we should be collaborating with the technologist as artists because what happens is when you go to CES, for example, you see a lot of really cool technology and the footprint sucks. Why? Because you have technologists and engineers trying to be creative instead of partnering with artists and storytellers to use these tools and blow everybody's mind. Like you can have great experiences while using your tech, but work with people who tell stories for a living. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more to that. And maybe Lisa, please join in the table with this question. What role does human emotion play in art, and can AI capture this essence?
Well, good morning, everybody. Sorry, I was stuck in the waiting room for 20 minutes, waiting to be let in. So there you go, technology, right? So technology, the actual meaning of the word is knowledge used for purpose. So that's actually the definition of technology. So knowledge, of course, comes from the creators. And so everyone's a creator. Everybody has artistic energy within them, and whether they use it or not is up to them. Just like everybody has the aptitude for learning what's important to them, that's up to them. Creativity to me is just something that bursts everything. Everything that is born of our imaginations, you can label as creativity, whether it's cooking a meal or whether it's making a all digital CG animated movie. Yesterday on Instagram, women AI artists sent out a survey to women AI artists on Instagram, asking us what we would like to see more of, or what's important for us to see. And for me, someone who's been using AI since 1980, and you all have been using AI since 1980, it's just, it reaches the public's imagination in different ways, in different mechanisms. But my answer was, I always love a good story. So even if it's a still painting, a still photograph, a still piece of AI art, there's still a story there for me. If there's no story being told, then I'm not that interested. I also tend towards peace. I'm attracted to peace. I work on peace projects only. And so if someone's telling a story and it's uplifting, it doesn't mean it can't have any drama in it, but I don't believe in gratuitous violence or putting people down, or putting other people's culture or other cultural wisdoms ahead of other cultural wisdoms. So for me, my answer was based on, I like to see things animate, maybe because I started as an animator. Well, actually, I started as a still photographer, but then I started as an animator, hand drawing. And so from my point of view, any AI that we've used since 1980 has been to create motion in the stories that we're looking at. So whether it's taking a drawing and moving it, or whether it's taking a series of images you've captured with a camera and moving them, or whether it's taking a live action, a photorealistic photograph of a person, and then turning it into animation. You certainly see everything on Instagram these days. And it's all art. It's all creativity. It's all coming from the same source. It's all coming from a creative spirit and imagination behind, the vision. You can tell when you look at something whether it's attractive to you or not, and whether someone put a lot of themselves into it or whether they're just copying a trend. But it doesn't make it bad art. It just makes it different art. So I haven't heard everything. I've been listening while I was in the waiting room. I agree that people either are aware of what's going on the planet or they're not. But technology, I'll point out one thing and then I'll stop talking, is for decades, the reason why the public didn't know about technology is, one, they weren't interested. Whenever I brought up technology in with my friends and family, they'd all change the subject. So there's the interest, but also traditionally, tech has evolved in the industry that uses the tech. So if I want to read about AI, I read my AI journals. If I want to read about computer generated animation, I read my computer generated animation white papers and journals. I go to the tech exhibits for immersive when I want to do hands-on testing of the new immersive technology. And so it's always been away from the public eye. It's just recently it's been in the public eye. So for people who are reading about tech or reading about AI or reading about computer animation for the first time, it's this overwhelming thing that they're coming to grips with, and for them it's new. But for those of us who adapted and already adopted the technology in the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and right now, it's not new. But humans have a tendency of, when they come across something they never come across before, or read something they never read before, they have a tendency of thinking it's new, and they don't realize it's already in the refrigerator. It's already in their car. They've been using it for decades. We were chatting in the panel last week, and I said, the first satellite that used AI was launched in 1958. But nobody talked about it because they weren't interested in talking about it. There was something else they were interested in talking about. So yeah, people just need to calm down a little bit and educate themselves and not rely on other people to educate them, because there's always a fear factor when it comes to reading somebody else's interpretation of what's going on in the world.
Wow, that's quite a wealth of experiences. It took us back to 1980s to where we are, and I really love that. I love that. That's why I love the GatherVerse. You see, that's the whole essence of this gathering, because you get all perspectives all the way back to where we are now. Thank you, Lisa. And maybe anyone can jump in on this as well. How can AI be used responsibly in the creative industries right now? Perhaps you'd wish to jump on that.
Sure. This one, I think there's a lot of talk when it comes to the effects that AI is having on the creative industries, especially when it comes to like logo design, and because that's something that's easy to get an AI to do. You're dealing with simple symbols that are pretty much just mashed together, versus creating a whole tapestry that's watercolor or something like that that is actually trying to portray something very artistic. It's getting better at doing that kind of stuff. That being said, I do think attribution is a really big important piece of that, and AI's or OpenAI's move to use the C2PA standard, which is a way for artists to be able to at least, it's kind of like a sort of like a takedown notice, but it allows you to be able to claim the influence that AI had on a piece of art. I think that's really important. The way that AI works right now, it's really hard to do that. You could because we do that as humans already. When I go to draw something, I'm inspired by Van Gogh, or I'm inspired by other artists that came before me. That I looked at how they did things. I watched Bob Ross growing up as a kid. I saw his painting techniques. So these things contributed to my skill and my ability to produce whatever it is I'm creating. As long as we have a way of being able to maintain that attribution, I think that there's not as much harm. It's always something that we have to consider, and there's probably that's decisions going to be made by people smarter than me.
Yeah, and anyone else wants to jump on that? Stacey, see you leaning on. Do you want to contribute to that?
I think that people can't gatekeep AI, right? So it's like, is only Hollywood now going to have the opportunity to use these tools because everybody else is kind of way behind? So I think there's a responsibility, sure, like what Lisa said, or wish about, educating yourself, right? But there's so much misinformation. Where do you start, right? And people should, but also there are people who don't have access to this type of information nor tools, working around the world and like, Bangladesh or Nepal, I'm sorry, but no one is really using AI, and everybody talk about democratizing access. Like, it's our responsibility as humans to ensure that this type of technology gets to as many people as possible. And that goes to the kind of inclusive nature, or even the privilege that some of us have of being able to even have this conversation. So I think it's just really important to make sure that as many people as possible have access.
Yeah, I see Lisa. Please jump on.
Yeah, I lift my hand up.
Yes, please jump on.
I'm nice and polite, the old-fashioned way. So, for decades, there were no credits for visual effects and animation artists in movies. We had to fight for that. We had to fight to have our work attributed to us. Up until we started getting credits, nobody even realized how many people were involved in doing the animation and visual effects. Now people complain because, 30 minutes of the credits is visual effects and animation artists, depending on the movie you're watching. It's commercialization that drives home use and home market. And so we used to design all of our software in-house. And that's why I know we used AI, because as the data, information technology, the amount of data we were generating got larger and larger and larger. That's when we started using AI, because all AI is a software program that knows how to organize and arrange data faster and easier for the person using the data or generating the data. That's it. So it got to a point where it became scalable, and we stopped inventing technology in-house, our own in-house software programs. We had the internet a decade before the public had the internet. It was called the intranet, and it was studio to studio or within your own business, because it didn't get into the hands of the public until it was commercially viable. It was scalable. It's the same thing. We did all of our own software in-house until off-the-shelf software was invented, and you were able to go onto a website or in a store and literally buy that software to use at home. But there are many factors that drive something being used by professionals only and something being used by somebody at home. And one of those things is user-friendliness, graphical user interface, and also a language that is easy for people to understand, and a tool set that is easy for people to understand. So even though we talk about AI like it's an object and it's almost like a personality, a celebrity in its own, it's actually AI that enabled software from being used by professionals only to being able to people at home, artists having their own business, be able to buy off-the-shelf software that was easy to use. It was actually the AI that made that possible. Just like games, AI made gaming possible. Launching satellites, AI made that possible. Tracking the weather, AI made that possible. There's a misunderstanding about what AI is, and they should never have named it that way to begin with. It's just a software program that can organize data and find data faster than a human can. That's all. That's all it is. It's actually been used to help get things to the market, to every country. There hasn't been a country I've been in the world, including Africa, including Kenya, where I didn't see AI being used. It's so, like I said, it's just a software program that allows you to have access to more information than you've ever had access to before. And it's up to the human being what they do with anything. It's up to you to give yourself a credit. I've noticed on Instagram, a lot of the AI artists are doing attributes now, if you scroll down and actually read their posts and not just look at the visuals. They're giving attributes and including influences. Like a friend of mine posted something. She's based in Hong Kong, and she gave an attribute yesterday to the original artist that inspired her for the work that she posted yesterday. But that's not something you can regulate. And whenever they've tried to regulate technology in my lifetime, it's never worked. And the only reason governments try to regulate things is to try to make money off of it. And you can't make money off of things like you used to. Before, you used to try to control radios or satellites or television or cable and make money off of it, or cell phones and make money off of it. But all you do is drive the price up, make it inaccessible to a large population on the planet, and that doesn't benefit anybody anymore. So when people talk about regulating, I don't think they really understand what regulating is. And I don't think they really understand that putting the power to regulate technology in the hands of government isn't necessarily a good thing, because the US is 20 years behind the technology in the rest of the planet, and it has been for 30 years. When I was working in Asia, they were like 20 years ahead of the US, but the regulating system in the US was keeping the US and causing it to go farther and farther behind. I don't care. It doesn't matter, because it's one planet, it's a circle, there are no sides. We're all in this together, and we're all growing together. But what I have seen working in developing countries is that they have the advantage of skipping ahead. So instead of spending gazillions of dollars on black and white TV and radio, and then laying cable, and then launching a satellite, and then going to color TV, and then going to high definition, it's billions and trillions of dollars to go through that evolutionary journey. But a lot of countries I've worked in, they went from no TV to flat screen panels on the wall. They went through not having to launch their own satellite to making a deal with Elon Musk and using his satellite. And so the same thing I'm seeing with AI is they haven't had to invest in the whole chain of evolutionary development of the technology. They're able to just use what they need when they need it. And
Yeah.
it makes it much more cost effective to share and to not regulate sometimes, but to let human beings grow in accepting the responsibility to have a value system and a justice system, and to create, self-generate an ethical system for yourself based on what you believe is important. And a lot of times people are only able to do that through living their life and making mistakes. Or if you don't want to call it a mistake, just say living your life, making a choice, living the result of the choice, and saying that was comfortable or that was really uncomfortable. And sometimes you just have to let people self-govern and trust that process as much as some people like governments to do things and trust the governments to do.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lisa. That's a very huge reflection there. And I actually agree with you. In countries like here in Africa, we are actually leapfrogging technologies. We didn't have to go through the evolution cycle of the mobile phone. We just got the flat screens, we got the smartphones. It was just a leapfrog. Even with AI right now, the biggest discussion is leapfrogging. So I love that reflection. And this is our final question. What impact does AI have on the value of perception of art in society? Terence and Adrian, please join me on this.
Terrence, you wanna go first?
Unmuting. Hi. That was sure. Yeah, thanks. I mean, that was just fantastic. What an answer. Like I could just I'm learning so much here. I love it. This is an excellent panel. I was looking at that question and it was making me think about how art is received by the public and just what value the public puts on that art. It's like a supply and demand issue in that case. I mean, traditionally, what we would in the U.S. we'd go to a movie theater to see a movie, and that was a whole night out. And I work in the flourishing world of immersive entertainment, which is now that's considered, you go see a show or something like that. And people put different prices on it. And we're always talking about um, what the value is of something like that. What is the value of having one audience member come through a show versus having throughput of just like thousands of people coming through a show? So with that in mind, that's how I see this question of what impact does AI have on the value and perception of art in society. So first, how art is received, sure, but then how scalable and easily created it is once people are able to just kind of make their own. Will that devalue it? Is the question immediately that a lot of artists come to mind. But that also makes me think of that saying when people would go to modern art museums and say, "Oh, my 2-year-old could have drawn that," right? And then it's like, well, they should have, kind of thing. But the whole joke there is that art has always spoken to the human condition of the story it tells us about ourselves reflects the reflection of our um, emotional experience in our lives. And so again, as technology and as AI becomes a catalyst to evolving cultures and societies and human art design, it will, I think the value will change with it. Because personally, I'm somebody who likes the imperfection of a demo tape because I like seeing or hearing the humanity present in it, the mistakes, as Lisa was saying, or the choices made that you live with. To me, is one of the most human things one can do. And so when I see it and hear it in art, I'm always drawn to it. And much like drum machines again, what technology can do is give our illusion of perfection to a product in the result stage. And so that will always be pleasing for humans because it's something that we will never attain because perfection is unnatural and in the eye of the beholder. So perhaps value on process to, bring back Bob Ross again, and value on what it is to be human creating art and what makes where the humanity is in the art. That's what I think will be really interesting coming up. Thanks.
Sure. Sure, that's interesting. Perhaps, Adrian, you can add to this issue and perspective or
Yeah, I love
perception.
that.
Sorry.
No, I love that. And, value and perception are very subjective, right? It's what do you give value to? How do you see something? But I think it's going to create value via the means of accessibility, right? We use Bob Ross because everyone loves trees, right? If you look at Bob Ross paint, this took years and years of learning and experience to tell his story through a visual medium. If you look at, and it kind of segues from the last panel as well, accessibility, part of that is, okay, do you have the money to spend hours and hours and hours perfecting your craft, right? This is going to create value in the means of, okay, now I can tell my story, but I just have to learn a few things as opposed to going to a school and spending all this time that I may not have. I may have to have 2 jobs and I have 4 kids and these may be things that have been real hurdles and challenges. Now you can access and tell your story in an impactful way. People are going to want to start creating art or whatever their version of art is because it's so accessible now, which really excites me.
Yeah, perhaps maybe I can add to that for the younger generation, maybe for the generation after and the generation after that. AI art is spreading quite fast. And I tend to believe there will be a time where AI art will supersede human art because we live in a virtual world. We live in a world where this is particularly for art, that is art like this one, or drawings or paintings. It's more circulating. It's circulating now on Instagram, on TikTok. Everything that is circulating, most of them right now, it's AI generated art. So I think there's a generation that will know more about art gallery. If you ask them about art gallery, what is that? But they will be more familiar with maybe AI social media gallery. They will be more familiar in generating their AI. So I'm saying AI really changing the perception of art in the society. It might not happen now, but perhaps in the future or the future generations, if this kind of art continues to evolve and it continues to circulate, and perhaps someone else can add into that. For me, I'm looking at the future. Maybe up there, please add something into that if you may. Yeah,
Absolutely. I
please
think
do.
it's a very interesting point that you said, Lynn, because the example that came to my mind is the stick shift and today's automatic and now autonomous vehicles. There is a generation that has no idea that there was a stick shift that we used to drive, right? And it's not accessible anymore because it's no longer being made. So that it's just not there anymore for us to even want to learn it, right? And now there's simulations of that, which I recently read about. Where there's simulations of how a stick shift would work rather than having the actual vehicle. So we are in a crazy time in the fact that there would come a time when AI can add human mistakes within it on purpose, right? So if there's an art that we're like, okay, so it's imperfect, then AI can make it imperfect perfectly, so it's just about how that art is being depicted, and also the means that we ourselves are putting the foot, like we're just stopping ourselves from evolving and actually taking the physical tools, right? A pencil, a pen, or actual writing that no longer exists a lot of the times, and we write emails instead of sending a letter, right? So there's always change, and the way art is depicted or derived today, the meaning itself will change, right? So the value and perception that we talk about today can be completely different tomorrow because the ecosystem has changed. The world's the availability of certain things have changed because it's no longer there, right? Just the radio and today, and then iPod, and then today whatever streaming, right? We the My niece, for example, has no idea what a radio was or what a cassette was, right? Or like, what are you talking about? You're so old. And I'm like, okay, well, that's evolution, right? And certain things we just have to accept that with the change and with the evolution, with the transformation of society, a lot of things fall away, and then there's a new reality that we have to come to terms with. So the I think perception value, we cannot stop time, right? It keeps moving. So the value and perception also will keep evolving depending on the time that you are. The value is for just today, because in the next hour there's a new update, and in the next few minutes there's something new that's happening, right? So it's effervescent. It's not something that we can put a solid ground on. We're on quicksand basically. Sorry, it was such a downer to end the panel like that, but
Yeah, we
but
still have, yeah, we still have 5 minutes. Perhaps I think we still need, I still need, we feel, I need, okay, Stacy wants to contribute something at Adrian before we close up. Maybe Stacy, please contribute to it.
Just really quickly, everybody's been talking about time, and I like what Adrian said. It's about time and the kind of idea of like privilege and people having the time to like work on things for years because they don't have any other responsibilities. And so this is an opportunity to accelerate time and to give people, everyone, the opportunity to create. I really like what you say, Adrian. And then you even said it, is it Adia? It's really about time. And if we can take back that time and do more with less time, that's incredible. So the impact is good and it's also bad. And that's also life. As a mom, like that's what I teach my kids. So, but I love this idea of time. That was it.
Yeah, Wish?
Sure, I'll just add one little piece to that too. One thing to think about too when it comes to AI, there's three kind of basic types. There's the operator, which is an emerging type of AI. Then there's the type that is more analytical. It's AI is being used to just look at large data sets and alert you of changes and things that need to be done, like with stock market changes, stuff like that. But then there's the UX, which is how most of us are engaging with UI. And more, you're going to see that the devices that you have are the UX that you have is UI. You're going to just ask it to do the thing that you want it to do, whether it's draw something, drive somewhere, cook something, whatever it is. That's why we need to embrace it more, is because it's just becoming more and more of a ubiquitous part of our culture and society, because it's just an extension of who we are.
Definitely. Adrian?
Oh no, I was just saying Wish was trying to say something. That's all.
Terrence? Any close or parting shots?
Oh, to close, I mean, our gather was I mean, this was so nice and I learned so much and I'm so grateful for everyone here. And we're, the contrast of just the rising, like presence of technology in the form of a UX that will become increasingly similar to how we interact as humans, like to echo what Wish was saying. Um, Hopefully, alongside it, it will elevate how we see each other as humans and how we connect and the value that has inherently to just be with each other and grow that way.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you
with
all.
all that, yeah, thank you so much. With all that said and done, perhaps I can leave you with a question because I feel like we still need, but time was not on our side. Does AI art have a soul? I don't know, but it's a very huge debate that can AI have a soul, and can the art that it generates have a soul like the art that we do generate? So that's a question for thought. And if you're a part of our audience, please engage with us. And as we look forward to the next session, thank you so much, our dear panelists. Your contributions were so valued. We gained a lot of insights from you. May our gather be well. Thank you so much. Come back again once more. Bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Michael Coppola, CEO and co-founder of Invention. Today I'm excited to explore the strategic role of creator and influencer in the gaming and metaverse industry. Over the next 5 minutes, we will dive into the growing state of UGC platforms like Roblox, Fortnite, Minecraft, understand the impact of creator and influencer, highlight successful case study, and discuss strategies for leveraging those opportunities to foster brand growth and community engagement. In 2023, the gaming and metaverse sector have not only sustained their lead in the digital entertainment, but have also marked unprecedented milestones in growth and innovation. Roblox is a prime example, with its daily user climbing over 65.5 million by the second quarter of 2023. Fortnite as well has a strong presence, engaging around 230 million players monthly. The industry earning exceeding 187 billion in 2023 affirmed its dominance in the entertainment landscape. With the global gaming population growing to approximately 3.3 billion, the sector demonstrated a marked increase from the 2.2 billion gamers reported in 2017. In the rapidly evolving landscape of gaming and metaverse industry, the role of creator and influencer became increasingly central, making a significant transformation in how brands connect with audiences in the digital platform. The past 5 years have witnessed a monumental shift towards influencer-led marketing strategies, with over 50% increase in influencer marketing investment. This strategic pivot is underscored by the effectiveness of leveraging branded assets within the immersive 3D social platform, which has shown to yield more evident return on investment for brands compared to the creation of custom branded games. The unique capacity of influencers to forge authentic connection and influence the gaming community preferences have created traditional advertising methods less relevant, paving the way for a more interactive and engaging marketing. Platforms such as Roblox, with its vast user-generated content ecosystem, and Fortnite have become fertile ground for influencer and creator partnership. This collaboration drives user engagement, shaped gaming trend and significantly influenced purchasing decisions, highlighting the substantial role of influencer in the digital marketing landscape. This evolving dynamics is supported by insight from McKinsey, which highlights the shift towards individual content creators and significant growth in influencer marketing. At Immerso, we've been working on a case study to demonstrate the effectiveness of our platform. This case study highlights the Immerso collaboration with the Fit, a fitness hub, to increase downloads by targeting the gaming community. Using Immerso platform, the Fit integrated a 3D interactive branded assets into Roblox. The approach involved partnering with a Roblox game creator to manage and implement the project effectively. The strategy focused on tracking engagement with the assets, demonstrating how Immerso's unique capabilities in the gaming and metaverse arenas can facilitate innovative marketing solutions. This case study has resulted in more than 100,000 monthly clicks and interactions with the branded asset since its implementation, and a 20% increase in app downloads. In conclusion, the combination of gaming, the metaverse, and creator engagement marks the beginning of a new era of digital interaction and brand involvement. As we continue to navigate this exciting landscape, the opportunity for creator, brand, and platform are really promising. Together, we are not just playing games. We are crafting communities, shaping experiences, and driving forward the digital frontier. I'm honored to be part of this community, and I'm looking forward for the future ahead. If you want to get in touch, please add me on LinkedIn or email me at michael@immerso.io. Thank you for your attention. Let's continue to shape the future of digital entertainment together. Goodbye.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We have a big international crowd here at GatherVerse Summit, so let me greet you all. And special thanks to the team around Chris for bringing us all together after probably the biggest week in AI advancement so far. As we stand on the cusp of technological revolution, we are not just witnessing the emergence of artificial general intelligence, or in short, AGI, but preparing for a future where the boundaries of intelligence, creativity, and societal norms are being redefined. Today, I will share insights into how AGI, particularly through the recent advancements like Google's new Gemini or OpenAI Sora, is predicted to become a reality by already the end of this year, or some experts also even say September, and how it will transform our world. So let's take a step back first. What in the world is AGI? AGI embodies an intelligence that is capable of understanding, learning, and applying knowledge across a wide array of tasks, far surpassing humans' expertise. It's a system that merges the vast general knowledge of models like ChatGPT with advanced mathematical capabilities and reasoning skills that are superior to the average human. And this blend of abilities signifies not just an attempt to replicate human intelligence, but to advance way beyond it. We will be surpassing human intelligence. So our journey towards AGI is defined by some remarkable milestones that we are about to witness. First, AI is going to create some creative endeavors when it comes to generating feature-length films and also solving mathematical problems. So be prepared not to be the smartest creature walking this planet anymore. And therefore, we have to reimagine professional excellence and our creativity. So coming back to Saw and why this is a significant breakthrough that means more than just beautiful video clips. It can be the gateway to virtual realities. And to me, this is a pivotal moment in our pursuit of AGI. Saw as an example of a significant milestone in the ability of AI to model, understand, and emulate the complexity of the real world we live in. So normally, video generation demands a very nuanced grasp of time, but also 3D space and the laws of physics, which normally past models have struggled to achieve. And so as videos are strikingly mimicking reality. And this underscores the breakthrough of the capability to generate high-fidelity simulations that are setting the stage for AGI to create and operate worlds that are indistinguishable from the world we live in. Just look at this photorealistic close-up video of two pirate ships battling each other as they sail inside a coffee cup. And this was the very prompt that generated it. The simulation of liquids is normally the task that is the most difficult of all in the creation of footage. James Cameron's movie Avatar: The Way of Water, for example, was the most expensive movie ever produced and had to make $2 billion just to break even. And now it can be done with just a single prompt. The evolution of AI technologies like this not only showcases this exponential pace at which we are advancing towards AGI, but these are also the precursors to a future where AI's influence will be in every aspect of our lives, and it enables us to construct and inhabit the rich, dynamic, virtual environments. Welcome to the next metaverse. So now combine this with the spatial computing, combine this with human brain interfaces. Are we ready for these human AI symbiosis, for transhumanism? So in this era where we build a new relationship to the machines, we need to think, is AI augmenting our capabilities? Yeah, but what will AGI do? It will create new dimensions of it. And we could, with these advancements like this, envision and create virtual environments that serve as testing grounds for solving the real issues, the real world problems. And this will enhance our approach to innovation and problem solving. In our company, TrustBytes, for example, we create a simulation of the mainnet of Web3 to solve one of the biggest problems, the lack of security, so we can remove the barriers and trust it again. Let's talk about ethics. The path to AGI is bringing some ethical complexities. Suddenly, we are capable of creating convincing simulations of reality. And now, this raises questions about not only deepfakes, but also job displacements, privacy, and the intrinsic responsibilities of the AI developers. We must engage in comprehensive discussions to forge the ethical frameworks that govern the equitable use of and distribution of AGI's benefits. So achieving AGI should not be an arms race. It's a collective endeavor where collaboration across sectors like on the summit is necessary. It is through united efforts that we can harness the full potential of AGI while addressing its challenges. And this collaboration needs to ensure a future where AGI and humanity coexist, because there's no way back. The genie is out of the bottle. So we need to leverage each other's strength and explore this both in our physical world and the virtual realms that we are going to create. So as we embrace the AGI era, let us look forward with optimism to a future where AGI not only transforms our societal fabric, but also enriches our understanding of reality and virtuality alike. Together, let's ensure that AGI becomes a catalyst for positive change, pushing the boundaries of what it means to be human and expanding our horizons into new worlds of possibility. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this roundtable discussion. And we are going to be talking about the impact of virtual reality and augmented reality on human perception and society. My name is Lengitao, Communications Director, GatherVerse. We're very happy to have you here. I would request you, my panelists, please be brief, and I want you to start introducing yourselves. Tell us what you do, and if you can, please tell us what reality means to you. Quick, thank you. I think we can start with you, Julian.
Hi, I'm Ileana Moje. I'm founder of VR Synergy in Romania. It's a company that is focused to promote virtual reality in corporate trainings and mental health. We actually promote programs to distribute the virtual reality in psychotherapy clinics and distribute it also in corporations for trainings and for well-being programs for the employees.
Arome.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, great. My name is Arme Ibrahim. From Nigeria. I'm currently the XR business analyst at Vector. So Vector is a no-code metaverse creator platform for creators and businesses alike. For me, reality is just a medium for us to express our innermost desires, ideas, and also possibilities.
Tess.
Hi, I'm Tess McKinney, and I own a company called X Renegades. We're a sub-company of Firework Media Studio. What we do is help institutions and schools implement virtual and augmented reality, AI, anything they can think up. We help anything they can dream. We help them implement it. Thanks.
Eva.
Everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm a content creator revealing the structure where humans project the constructs that allows the illusion of separation. So using VR, I reveal the invisible gears of thinking for people to identify conditioning and upgrade their memory to perceive higher paradigms of understanding. And VR allows that perceptual shift to happen faster. Thank you.
Bernard.
Hi, well, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Bernard Masika from Tanzania. I am a lead developer at Ona Stories. Ona Stories, the first Tanzanian AR VR storytelling company, which make use of immersive technology to bring the message and hoping to bring more impact. Thank you.
Okay, Ed.
Hi all, Ed Lance here. I am CEO of Vortex Immersion. I'm trained as an engineer and scientist, but I'm also creative, and I work in various XR technologies with a focus on out-of-home experiences in immersive dome theaters, and am working on engineering standards to join real immersive experiences in real spaces with virtual spaces.
Thank you. Ruth?
Hey there. So my name is Ruth Diaz. I am a clinical psychologist, and I work in community design consulting for all forms of online and in-person community. And that can include environmental design work to help communities connect well together. It can also include game design and social design. So how do we build events together that build towards something bigger than a product or a brief activation? So yeah, that's me.
Thank you so much. So let's dive into the matter. And Romy, I want to start with you because you're the one who defined for me what reality is. For us to talk about perception and reality, we have to understand what reality is and what reality is not. So how are VR and AR technologies changing the perception of our reality? Please go.
So for me, I would say it's just a medium for us to understand terminologies, possibilities that we might not necessarily be able to. Giving an example for education, so students can now be able to understand complex topics via 3D models and maybe curriculum that are converted into virtual experiences. So for me, I believe perception in VR and AR it's very important, and it's also a medium for us to know that content being created are not just imaginary, right? They are self-taught, they are inhibited, and are people's maybe potential dreams or desires. And the goal basically for me is for VR AR to be very inclusive. We're all here because we're passionate about the technology. And I believe with our voices and our experiences, we can really champion change across the world.
Thank you, Arome, for that insightful contribution. Tess, you have mentioned you do something to do with AI and the intersection of XR. Perhaps we distill this question when AI is blurring the difference between what is real and what is not real. We cannot really tell deepfake being here, and all this kind of technology that we now have a dilemma of deciding what is real and what is not. Please help me understand, how does XR technologies change this perception of reality?
Yeah, I think it changes it by integrating our current persona and our current world with the overlays of fictional or imaginary kind of worlds. I think it's really helping. Like I recently spoke to some people who were going to like support groups in the virtual world, and it was something that they had never been able to do in the real world because they didn't feel safe, or they didn't feel heard, or there wasn't an inclusiveness in that space. But because they're in the virtual world, they can change the persona of what they look like, or they're not judged on their skin color or their ethnicity or any of that. But it's something where, it warmed my heart because it was something where someone felt safe in an environment that they normally wouldn't feel safe in. So, I just think it's changing the way that people are thinking about, attending events or being nervous about attending those events in the real world. So this is a safe space. I really think that that's what the cross section is of creating, in an XR world. And then being able to put it into perspective of, crossing the two worlds together, I think will just be an absolute, benefit to everyone in the world.
Thank you. Ed, I want to jump into you, jump to this question. I want to address this question to you. We are seeing XR enhancing how we interact globally. Collaborations are now getting enhanced with XR. But I want to find out more from you. What are the social implications of widespread adoption of VR and XR?
Sure. Well, bouncing off of what Tess just said, when you're in a metaverse or a virtual world, or even an augmented world, you have a really high degree of control, especially as a world builder, over the experience that you're having. And psychologically, studies show that the world is colored by our worldview, which can actually rewire our visual cortex so that we see things differently depending on our beliefs and our expectations. And when you're in a metaverse, you can prototype new ways of being. The Burning Man, I've gone to Burning Man over many years, and people experiment with other personas, other ways of interacting. It's like a prototyping possible future culture. So to me, this could actually rewire our brains so that we realize, wow, the physical world, we have control over how we see that, and we can rewire the physical world too. I think the long-term effects could be pretty incredible on society.
Bernard, I want to find out more from you because I saw you do a lot of social impact with the XR technologies. Perhaps chiming into this discussion.
Okay, so one of other implication can be so escapism, right? Because with the technology, the immersiveness of the technology allows us to experience certain fantasy or certain world, for example, things like real chat and the like. So I don't know if it's good or bad, or it's uh, but it can help. It helps, for example, these mental wellness solutions, which take someone to a certain virtual environment. So some people can lack specialists in their area. So such solution can really help. Also, yeah. So that's it.
Thank you. I want to go back to you, Julian. How can VR and AR be used to enhance education and training? And anyone who is into training, you can also jump on this conversation. Juliana, please go first. You're muted, kindly. We can't hear you. Please unmute.
Yeah, sorry. So virtual reality and augmented reality could help us learn in a much more immersive way. And from studies, it's demonstrated that people can retain more the information if they learn through experience. So virtual reality help us expose ourselves to experiences from which we can learn. And this can help us to retain more the information and apply it in our activities from day by day. And we are promoting virtual reality in corporate trainings in order to help employees to develop quickly their skills and to retain more the information. And also they use virtual reality in the follow-up process of the trainings. And for example, for the academic area, the virtual reality is very helpful, helping students to experiment their learning into a much more immersive way. And this can help them be much more engaged into learning. And AR can overlay education content into the real world. And this can provide contextual learning experiences that are both informative and interactive.
Yeah, VR was historically created as a tool for simulation and training. The same with dome theaters. You're seeing some really interesting applications, virtual field trips for kids, social awareness training. It's hard for one classroom teacher to tend to 30 students. So you have this potential as well of getting real individualized one-on-one interaction, but maybe with an AI. So children can move at their own pace much faster than in a classroom environment.
I'm definitely seeing it's a huge cost saving opportunity. So like I have a lot of schools who can't afford welding kits or can't afford, to send their kids to specific robotics or, that kind of camps. So this is a way for them to immerse themselves and be able to, actually pick up a welding torch and understand and learn how to do that kind of activity prior to even getting a welding torch. Some kids are so scared of even holding that, because it could burn you, or it could, there could be repercussions if you were utilizing it in the real world. But the cost savings is just a mass savings for most educational facilities.
Yeah, that's
So
very
personal,
impressive. Okay, please contribute to it. Thank you,
last point. Personal, I believe it enhances deliberate practice design. That means that we can add in brackets, students can learn from mistakes. So we can design a way of learning so that the outcome is less important than the process, the character development, the habit development of the student, the mentality development of the student in tackling a certain problem or in solving a certain problem. So because then we can all achieve all this with very, very minimal risk. Take example, surgery solution or simulations or others which can help those people who are scarcity and stuff like that.
Thank you. I think for me, if XR doesn't accomplish its mission on education, it's not worth it going forward, is it? Because I think XR, the biggest use case and most impactful use case for XR for me would be education, because education shapes how we think, how we reason, how we grow up to solve our problems. And I think XR is that tool we just needed to enhance this kind of life skill. And I'll go to you, Ruth. What are the ethical concerns that arise from immersive experiences created by AR and VR or XR?
Yeah, I think that there's a tendency in the tech field to fail fast, and there is not as much oversight and internal budgeting in companies to consider the psychological impacts and prejudicial biases that developers are bringing to the designs of their experiences. When we put especially AI into that mix, and AI is reflecting our inherent biases, we become ingrained in a loop that reinforces the physical reality that we're in now. The problem with that is that now we've gone from using this technology as an entertainment to a validation of where we're at. And I believe that these different technologies are gradients of shared dreaming, but it can also be shared nightmares. And so ethically, I think we all have to ask ourselves how we are practicing integrity as developers, designers, consultants, how we are practicing integrity and naming our own biases and making that a part of our workplace culture and our conversations. If we're not naming those limitations, then we're designing systems that have them built in as if it was intentional. And then we are limiting the scope of what this technology can do and actually causing harm in ways we're not anticipating out of that drive and need and enthusiasm to make something new and interesting in a world that's being flooded with information.
Yeah, that is very insightful. Perhaps maybe Ed, you can add to that. Do you want to add into the ethical implications of this technology?
Yeah, absolutely. And, my thinking about the ethical comes from actual experiences that I've had in the space, because I see XR, especially VR or anything immersive, domes, it's like a broadband interface to the brain. And that's my engineering take on it anyway. And, as such, I tell the artists who come into our spaces to perform, I said, your instrument, your canvas, your palette is the nervous systems of the participants. That's what your medium is as an artist, and you have to think and you have to respect people's nervous systems. So, for instance, if you're in a room and someone pulls out a gun and starts shouting, your nervous system is going to react in a huge way. If you see that on a movie screen, on a rectangle on a wall, it's like, yeah, I'm just watching a movie, I'm safe, very different kind of experience because the XR starts to simulate reality to a greater and greater degree of fidelity as this technology develops. So you have to be responsible, just like in the real world, you have to be responsible. It's not that different. Of course, you can do magical things in the metaverse. So, I think, unfortunately, it's true. Companies don't think about this. And when Hollywood comes into the metaverse and starts, shooting it up and everything and car chases and all that, which they have with games, I mean, that kind of thinking anyway, there's going to be impact and ultimately lawsuits, I suppose. And that's where laws and regulations start getting made.
Thank you. That's quite very impactful, especially on the metaverse. Who is not talking about ethics in the metaverse? And one of our standards at GatherVerse is ethics. We need to really have that deep consideration of ethics, not just as a buzz, because I'm also seeing ethics become as a buzz. Everyone is talking about ethics, but we're still not pushing the right we are not doing the right action to bring these ethics together. Maybe let's go to the next question, and I'll bring it to you, Juliana. let's talk about cross-cultural, across cultures. I personally come from a place where culture is diverse, and then Arome can witness we come from a very, very diverse culture. And when we look at technologies like XR, what comes into our mind is XR very empathetic? Does it understand that there are people from all over the world who are very different, who have so many cultures? And how does it bring in empathy? Liliana, please help us decode these kind of questions that we have.
Yeah. So virtual reality and augmented reality has the unique ability to foster empathy and understanding across cultures by providing immersive experiences that allow individuals to walk in someone else's shoes. So by experiencing life from the perspective of others in different cultures, users can gain much more deeper understanding of the challenges and realities of faced by the people around the world, or people that have difficulties or different contexts of life, not necessarily different cultures. They might be from the same culture, but they might experience some difficulties in life, and because of this they are less accepted in the society. So using virtual reality, you can understand better the perspective of the person that people tend to judge or to exclude from different contexts.
Yeah,
If I can,
yeah,
if I can add, I would say one thing I would love for creators to understand is bringing our differences in cultures into the metaverse of VR. For example, we are from Africa, and if you load up a VR app, you definitely not see an African avatar on it. Right? So we need to understand that our cultures are unique and special, and we need to basically import those uniqueness into a virtual world. And I believe it will be more equitable and inclusive for everyone.
Thank you. Tess, you can add.
Hi. Yeah. So I've been helping or working with some people who developed a platform for indigenous populations or indigenous people, Native Americans to be exact, where their elders are teaching their youngsters how to interact with each other, kind of what their rituals were, what their past is like, because a lot of young Native Americans are not getting that same teaching from the elders, and so it's a way to preserve how elders are teaching their young, and it's all in VR, and it's an immersive experience, and it's by Kaleidoscope XR, but they're doing this amazing thing where it's saving and preserving history. And it's helping that culture kind of survive and continue. So I just think it's such a powerful thing for culture and VR to be able to thrive in those kind of situations.
Thank you. Ruth, do you want to add to that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. So similar to Tess, I also work with different groups who are working to promote empathy and cross-cultural awareness. An example I have for you is a world that was built as a prototype in Horizon Worlds on DACA recipients. DACA recipients are people who have come to this country and do not have legal citizenship, and usually came as children without necessarily much choice. And so they're unable to apply for citizenship because they don't have a legal entry. We created a journey for them to experience re-entering the country when they leave, and applying for a legal entry experience through an airport. And what we found was this experience was designed to help them turn their empathy down, because when I'm coming through and I'm being treated as other and hostile and an outsider, I need to not be feeling all the feelings everyone's feeling around me. What we also found is that this empathy experience was greater for people who don't have that othering in this country. So for people with privilege, this was a very deeply uncomfortable and sad experience to be stopped at each checkpoint and interrogated and potentially be deported. But for the people who needed it as a strength training, they had to learn how to turn their empathy inward and maintain calmness and presence.
I have
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I have one quick thing to add on the empathy topic. Is what we've noticed is that storytellers, their palette has expanded because in VR, XR, you can evoke brain states that are very difficult to access through film and television. So things like a sense of awe, which is known to enhance one's empathy, pro-social behavior, less fear of the future, this sort of thing. And you can drive people into deep mindfulness states. And so, this is something that I think we should be exploring as well, is how this extended palette as a storyteller or a content creator or world builder can be used.
Yeah, I think I also want to chime in on that. As I was listening to examples, more examples came to me, and some of the experiments we're doing here in Africa. There's a company actually from Nigeria is using VR to tell stories of women who go through FGM, women who go through early marriages, and they were using XR to tell those stories, and it was very, very hard. And so many people could get the impact of how it feels to be in that place, how to get married early, how to get that FGM. And there was a lot of impact, and so many people came to contribute, and they said, you know what, we have to end this thing. And I totally believe XR is one of the best tools to promote empathy and build that massive experience and experience people's culture. Well, it doesn't have to be in a negative way, but in a kind of culture, And perhaps, Arome, you're good at marketing. You're very keen on marketing. I want to address this specific question to you. In what ways does XR influence consumer behavior and marketing strategies? And anyone who wants to add on that, please feel free to chime in.
Okay, great. So I'll use an example. So when I started off XR, I was basically doing virtual tours for businesses, and our main target was location-based businesses, because we noticed for people that want to maybe book a hotel room or go to a restaurant, they want to see the space first before they visit. So the goal was to partner with these local businesses. So we created a 360 VR experiences of their locations, and we placed it online on Google Street View and the rest. And they had a tremendous viewing from those platforms, because people can now see their locations and possibly book directly through those platforms. So the goal basically was VR and AR created the means for potential users to engage with products and services before they see it. You have, for example, now virtual try-ons. If you want to buy a watch online, you can have it on your wrist. In AR, engage with it. If you like the color, you can change it. So consumer behavior has been influenced a lot by emerging tech, and I believe the future is just endless. What we can do is it's amazing. You could have like a virtual holographic avatar in your living room, testing out a dress you would love to buy from maybe H&M or Zara, and I believe it's just a matter of time, basically.
Oh, thank you. Anyone who wants to chime in into the marketing side of it? Bernard.
I don't have a good background in marketing strategies, but I know for sure AR and VR can really boost the sales. For example, who else can relate this situation? You go to a restaurant, you are presented with a menu, you find a food menu name you like or you're attracted to, but you have never eaten that food, or you wish to know how it looks like before you can actually order it. So most of the time you end up asking the waiter or waitress and rely on his perception or explanation. Or if you could scan and have that food's phone on the table in an AR mode, so you can actually see the recipes and how they will look like, and see if it will attract you to buy or something like that. So more customers or consumer might go to that particular restaurant because they know they'll get this more freedom of choosing and knowing, just the fact that knowing it before like having it, and avoiding that way.
Okay. I
Yeah,
think,
yes.
sorry. I think, it's a benefit for everywhere. I know Apple Vision Pro, they're starting to put them on airplanes. And so they'll have, I'm sure ads that pop up that 7 years ago, that's kind of what I was like, oh, well, man, wouldn't it be cool to put a headset on and then have in-person ads, that pop up every so often or whatever. But, visiting other places, especially for schools, it's, having someone put a headset on and touring your school before they even get there, or they're choosing schools. A lot of students can't go to, from Nebraska, couldn't go to Caltech. They just can't fly there. So they want to be able to, see those campuses, and that's definitely a good way to attract students to your campus or to your school. So I think it's a huge marketing. We haven't even started. Like, it's just on the cusp of what it could be in the future.
Neuromarketing on steroids.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very brilliant. And I think I want to, not because you mentioned Vision Pro and all these VR headsets, are we expecting to see, do you normally see how we watch on YouTube and there are ads popping, or you're listening to music on Spotify and ads are popping? Are we expecting this kind of revolution whereby we will be in the VR and people will be forcing ads on us? Are we expecting that? Please, anyone help me decode this kind of puzzle.
As long as there are people, there will definitely be ads, no matter the platform. It's just a matter of time, basically.
I mean,
And
even
if
in the metaverse, there's ads all the time. I mean, there'll be ads everywhere. I mean, it'll just be like being in the world and you see a billboard. I hope not. I hate ads. I do not like them. They're something we have to have. So in order to succeed.
Sure.
And please tell us more. What do you think?
I think there's other ways to go about it. Brand loyalty doesn't need to be flashing, but look at TV. It's all about getting your attention, right? So if you take that thinking into immersive, it could be horrible, So I think we need to seduce people into brand loyalty through incredible experiences. Might be a better way.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I wouldn't want to use VR for my schooling and then a VR or an ad pops up of another school or another education system I don't know about. So it's something we should really be keen on. Yulia, let me come to you. How can VR and AR contribute to mental health treatment and therapy? And if you're into mental health, please chime in into this. I believe this is one of the most sensitive topics in this presentation time.
VR and AR have shown promise in enhancing mental health treatments and therapy by providing controlled, immersive environments where patients can confront fears, can practice social skills, or escape to calming surroundings, or can just experience in a much more controlled way some traumatic experiences. So virtual reality, it's used in therapy and has been successfully used for treating conditions like PTSD, anxiety disorders, and phobias through exposure therapy in a safe, controlled space. And AR applications can also support cognitive behavioral therapy by overlaying calming visuals or instructional content in real-world settings to help manage anxiety or improve social skills. And there was a situation with a client of mine, psychotherapist, that helped his patient to overcome the fear of bugs by using augmented reality and exposing him to many bugs and teaching him how to protect and how to keep himself safe in a surrounding where many bugs around. And that it's also an example where virtual reality is used in the cognitive behavior therapy for anxiety disorders, where patients are gradually exposed to their fears in virtual environments, enabling them to develop coping mechanisms in a safe and controlled manner. And for this, there are many software developers who produced some psychotherapy applications that can be used by psychotherapists in this area. And then we can also through VR Synergy, we also promote virtual reality for well-being for employees, so that when employees are very, very caught up in their activity at work, they can just take a break, put a pair of a headset, of a virtual reality headset, and go to meditate into virtual reality. Just disconnect from the activity of work, from the environment, so that they can feel the relaxation.
Anyone else, please chime in.
I guess I can go.
Yeah, Ruth's the PsyD there.
Yeah, she's the one.
So yeah, I think for those of us privileged enough to have a therapist, and I've done my own level and share of therapy in my lifetime. If you think about it, best case scenario, you're going to an office or meeting with a therapist online for an hour per week. And that really means 45 minutes. And in that time, you're supposed to somehow download and upgrade your interpersonal skills, your ability to relate to yourself and the world in a very concentrated amount of time. AR and VR allow for scalable mental health solutions that have never been possible before. And so an example of this is creator communities that are using virtual spaces to work through their shadow, what I call shadow projects or shadow worlds, where if you think about a traumatic experience that you maybe had in your history, I've been privileged to mentor and support dozens, maybe even hundreds of individuals over the years in building piece by piece part of that experience and also who they are now. And sometimes those are released publicly for other people to see. One example is somebody who experienced 20 years of domestic violence and emotional abuse, who left that experience but believed they could never evolve or have a voice. And they built a world over probably about 9 months with a lot of support and mentorship that was all about fire and burning. And at the end of this world, there's a phoenix of forgiveness and a phoenix of remembering that to truly release that trauma, they had to even practice forgiveness and boundaries with their aggressor. And I think that the way that that world impacted them and was kind of their thesis or presentation of their own healing, but also having taken many people through that journey who I didn't know, I just had an instinct that they might benefit from it. But several of them were actually currently in domestic violence situations. And they would admit that when they found that phoenix and realized that they had lost hope of ever getting out of these moments. And so I think about it like applied mental health, which is what a doctorate in clinical psychology, a PsyD is. It's about applying it and practicing it in those bite-sized pieces. And I want to present a question as I finish this, is when we aren't designing mental health awareness and education and social skills into our experiences, if AR and VR is amplifying whatever we're putting out there, what are we telling each other about our humanity and about the need that we all have to learn and grow and feel our feelings on purpose? And that's my message to developers and everybody who's interested in metaverse and this technology, is if we're not intending a very dynamic and diverse representation of mental health, what messages are we really teaching each other about it?
That's a good one, Ruth. I totally get what you're saying and agree 100% that when we're creating, it's like conscious creativity, you know, when we're creating experiences or stories or whatever, you really need to start designing as if, like I said before, you know, respecting the nervous systems of your participants. So positive social impact, it's really important to keep that in mind. But with regards to the clinical applications, imagine taking the faces of your family or whatever and mapping them onto avatars and working out scenarios, you know. but I think one of the most impactful things that we can do is keep people out of crisis, mental health crisis, through apps. I mean, AI, imagine AI monitoring your biometrics, and you're about to send an angry text and the AI whispers in your ear, Ed, you might want to take a deep breath right now. And by the way, I did a little research, and what you're complaining about, you didn't take this into account, like help us to be better people. And I don't know how to train an AI like that. I think you need like cyber monks, perfected consciousness training the AI so that teaching us how to be better people or something like that. But I think there's a lot of power in that.
Yeah, very impactful conversation. And anyone who wanted to add before I go to the next question? Okay, cool. And what I love about this panel is so many examples. I think our audience is taking these examples and considering to put them into the application. So as we close off the panel, because I see it's 5 minutes, we're going to discuss this final question: what challenges do creators face developing AR content? Bernard, you're a developer, if I'm not wrong. Please chime in on this, and everyone will get a 1 minute close off as we wrap up.
Well, one good challenge, at least from where I come from, is accessibility. So accessibility to good machines, as we know, some of these softwares are resource intensive. Accessibility to the headset themselves for testing, and I understand the simulations, but sometimes you'll want to test it on the actual headset in order to analyze your product which you're making. So otherwise, because when you come to contents and tutorials, there's tons of tutorials on YouTube. There's tons of free tutorials and special effects. So that which makes a very, very, very good opportunity to explore this area.
Oh, thank you. So everyone close off task, please close us off.
Yeah, I do think that headsets, Bernard's right. It's very hard to find free use cases or free or cheap or reduced cost or whatever. But I think that's what's hard. I think a lot of those companies that are making it for all three modalities are doing wonders for the world. But that is a struggle I think that people face. Thank you for having me.
Juliana, Ed.
I'll speak. Well, as I produce a lot, but when I'm producing and the developers are using tools like Unreal, I realize, what is this game engine stuff? I mean, I had to learn about it because I come from visual effects more so. And I'll tell you, took a class in Unreal, and goodness, it's very challenging, a steep learning curve to get in all the little nooks and crannies, right? I would love a tool that is more of a text to 3D world building tool like that, a layer on top of Unreal for rapid prototyping like that.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us. That was such a heartfelt, wonderful talk you expressed, and we loved it. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Please come back again. We love you so much. Our gather was well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings and welcome once again to GatherVerse Summit 2024 for our third annual summit, for our third day that we're here, and for our last fireside, which is soon to follow with an incredible roundtable discussion to close us out. We're so happy to be here with all of you today. Today I have our guest and host of GatherVerse, Lubna Dajani, and we're very happy to have you here. How are you, Lubna?
I'm well, thank you. The honor is mine, in fact.
We had an incredible roundtable discussion that was shared earlier. We certainly enjoyed your remarks and the leadership and the things that were expressed in that, as well as for all of our other hosts and roundtables that we've had these past 3 days, which has been so edifying, hasn't it, Lubna?
Oh, yes, and we all take inspiration from you, Chris. Thank you.
I get my inspiration from many places, including our community. I certainly cannot take credit for it. But let's go 40,000 feet. Let's climb the mountain. Let's leave the jet behind. But let's climb the mountain. Let's be kind to the earth, if you will. Let's climb the mountain for a moment and say, Lubna, we're here. We're gathering. We have everyone here at GatherVerse.live and then several other social platforms here and YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, so forth and so on. The title of this brief chat that you and I get to share together with a little bit of time is the importance of why we gather. Lubna, you've been a technologist in technology for decades now. You've contributed greatly. You have a very storied past in history and presently of incredible things and works that you're working on and things that you're building and innovation contributions that most people that are within the technology theater will not rival, will not match. And yet you still find time to be able to arrive with us at GatherVerse to sit and share. What is the importance of gathering?
What is what?
What is the importance of gathering?
Well, we are communal by nature, and you know, my since I became an independent, I always said innovation through collaboration, and you cannot have collaboration or innovation as such without gathering. And if you think about the color wheel, you know, I like colors. You know, we would not have purple if the red and the blue didn't come together. We would not have the orange. We would have all the other wonderful colors if we did not gather the primary. So it's how you unleash an exponential value. And thank you for gathering us in the way you do, Chris.
When we think about the notion of humanity first to the approach to innovation, the world has been echoing of late. The world is echoing of late when, let me mute your mic for a second as I think that this will help to be able to reduce the feedback that's coming through. Hopefully that's helped. But the world is reverberating and echoing right now, Lubna, the power of the type of technology that we're seeing arriving that people such as yourself and others have been working on for decades now, but it's no longer a thing of fiction and it's no longer necessary in the laboratory. It's no longer happening in the back room and underground. These technologies have arrived in the hands of the consumers much sooner than most had thought. What are some of your thoughts on that? And I'll mute my mic. But you have to unmute your mic now, Lubna.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. You know, the lockdowns during the pandemic has accelerated adoption of many technologies like this and changed mindsets at a rate that was unimaginable, unattainable before. So it can be scary for many because the curve, you know, I've always been interested in the impact of technology on human evolution, in particular information communication technology. And when, you know, we've talked about metaverse, we talk about Web3, we talk about quantum, we talk about AI, and some think that one is beating the other or it's a bubble for this or the other. But in fact, they all work in concert. And that's where the significant impact will happen when you look at them in implementation, in concert. It creates an exponential change. The rate of change is one that creates, while it may be scary for some, but the state of flux and chaos is an opportunity for us to reset the fundamental value systems that we are measuring and aiming for, and where we place emphasis. And this is a tremendous opportunity for us to continue to do more of these gatherings, to truly educate people and to empower people to understand the value of the technology, and especially the intended and unintended consequences, so that we can start moving the needle on our policies and our own skilling and upskilling, and moving from this idea of competing to beat each other to competing to complete each other. I cannot emphasize that more. If we compete to complete each other, suddenly it's in our interest to make everyone else successful. And then there is nothing to fear. And we move from a society that is living based on fear and scarcity to a society that is based on abundance, on love and respect. And it will be a very different world. And this is our window to make that change. And thank you for gathering us so that we can affect the change that we need to affect, so that we can go back to what we were meant to be, light beings.
You know, as I just muted your mic and unmuted mine, I just find it so compassionately stirring to me to hear that. You know, for me, this whole notion of such competition that we have based on a market, it's like everyone's fighting to compete for one carrot. And maybe we should consider that if we all just stop for a moment, instead of aiming for this one carrot, that perhaps we can plant seeds together and grow carrots together and share. And we can grow more than just having a carrot. We can have a lettuce, we can have an avocado, we can have a tomato, we can have a pineapple, and we can have delicious things together. And I say that with real seriousness, because I see technology, especially being here from Silicon Valley, where it's just so thick with competition, and healthy competition is fine. I'll take the challenge, but when it comes to tearing each other down, when it comes to not even acknowledging the incredible work of our fellow technologists and creatives and artists and the things that they do that are such wonderful contributions, knowing that we only have a little bit of time to do it, Lubna, I just find it just so appropriate with what you talk about with collaborating to help really just support one another, to build together, and to remove any jealousy or antipathy. I find this refreshing in thinking about it. And that is also part of the human side, because we're one community on one planet Earth, and we are innovating together. And couldn't it be just a better way of approaching when we think about the GatherVerse ecosystem and our partnering platforms that are out there, You're Immersive, and the things that they do when it comes to collaboration and connectivity. When I think about the Virtual World Society, when I think about the XR Guild, our friends over there on that side, when I think about so many other different platforms, Impact Innovation Foundation, and so many other different technologists, and people that come here to GatherVerse that aren't technologists, Lumna, but they work to make all of our lives happier.
Life happens in concert. We've been trained to be in silos. We've just been misframed a bit. Our existing models no longer serve our purpose. They really may have never really did. Someone tells me we've always killed each other, you just know more about it now. Well, if we've done it repeatedly and it hasn't brought us peace, then perhaps that we should, we continue to repeat the definition of insanity. But perhaps it's time we move to embracing joy and prosperity rather than scarcity and despair. We're all gifts, we all have, we're all energy, we're all light spirits. And we can, together we can have the most beautiful harmony, most beautiful orchestra. We just have to be harmonized. We just have to get in tune. Nobody has to be, we don't all have to be a trumpet or a violin. And And one without the other is just that. And if we were not meant to come together, we would not have had day and night, male and female, regardless of your sexual preference. I don't really care. We are meant to come together. We are meant to come together so that we can expand. That's how 1 + 1 equals 3 or 11, not minus 1 or 1.5, as we have been taught to compete. But division, divide and conquer is a good policy, but not when it comes to the human race. It's time that we realize that our own interest is in that of each other's, and that we don't have to bury more food than we consume so that we can maintain profitability and then cry for having a food crisis. We have this earth is abundant with all that we need and then some, including the advancements in science that we seek. It is time, and if the AI takes the mundane work, if we remember that we don't live to work, but rather work to live, then perhaps that time we can contemplate the many more ways we can bring joy and prosperity to each other.
Indeed. And I think that's just so powerful, Lumna, as I just muted your mic at the moment and unmuted mine, that when we think about how much innovation do we plan to innovate, at what point do we begin to enjoy the innovation? And I get that we can enjoy, and the two things could be the same at once, that we can enjoy it in real time. But when do we get to the point where there's less innovation and more enjoyment of what's been innovated? When do we get to the point, and let me ask you this final at-length question that I ask that you pull from your heart, as you are already, that they say that with all this new AI that we see, technology that's been deployed, and certainly things with spatial computing, XR, call it what you will, but with what we see being deployed, that some people will be out of a job. Okay, we see that. Some people will have more time on their hands, and some people will have the capability of doing much more with their work. But my question is this, Lumna. Is it worth considering that if we do have more time, if we do have capability to build more, might we start to shift our attention into the betterment of the earth itself and its inhabitants? Just to think so simply on that level of line, thinking that, can I now spend more time in addressing so much of what we walk past every day? I have to say this. I remember standing in Milano in Italia, and all of us were waiting to catch our Ubers to get to wherever we were going. And there was a man that was laying, despondent and homeless, and he was laying there amongst us all as we were waiting to get in line to Uber. I haven't got that memory out of my mind, and I asked myself, have I done enough? Have we done enough, Lumna? Have we? And let me mute my mic, and please unmute yours.
Yeah, have we? I should try. I should try, and we need to do more. Again, it's because we have been trained, I think, to, when somebody wants to make you feel better, often they tell you, oh, don't feel so bad. Look at how many more people, you're so much better off than so many others. Look at the starving people here. And like as if that is supposed to make us feel better. That makes me more depressed. It breaks my heart. Like, why should someone else being worse off hurt me, or better off anger me? We just have to, this framing we have been conditioned with of what is right and what is wrong, and how we even console each other. These are the things that we need to break through. So whenever you find yourself in a mindset that is of the old thinking, recognize that, is that serving? Am I really feeling better? Because we've been conditioned to hold on to suffering and pain and let go of pleasure very quickly. We made even pleasurable things a taboo. I mean, I'm not for we're more okay seeing violence than seeing nudity. Well, nudity is nature. Killing each other with guns isn't necessary. Now, I don't want to debate gun laws or any of that stuff, but what I am saying is we need to shift where we place emphasis and how we measure value. We need to put an expiry date maybe on this hoarding of money, because we have to remember money was only a vehicle, a package okay? So that we can exchange value. And then we got so busy accumulating the baggage, the packages, the containers, that we forgot to put anything in them or what we need them for. You know, we say, oh, we're civilized and they're tribal or whatever, but what does the tribal person do? They, you know, let's say the Eskimos, they fish, they hang out, they eat, they have lots of sex, and they have a good time. And what do we do when we work our butts off so we can go on a vacation? We go on a vacation so we can fish, we can hang out, we can do the things that they do as a normal life. So we've just placed the emphasis and value in the wrong place. And we just have to adjust our mindset, and we will just wake up. Life is a matter of perception and response. So we have to just choose. We are existing in an omniverse, and all the realities that we seek are before us. We only need to choose. Imagine if we all made the choice. Somebody told me once, oh, you know, there's too many things, you have to do one thing at a time. And then I said, well, imagine if we just all made one choice at one given time. That what matters is not how much we accumulate and hoard, but how much we extend reach and access. It doesn't matter how many yachts you own. It's the fact that you can get on a yacht when you want it.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And with that, I will close out. And audience, everyone, you've heard from Lubna, ending, it doesn't matter what yacht that you can get on a yacht. And I say this, when we think about the word allyship, we're allies together on a ship. Coming up next is an incredible panel of exploration and travel from a very strong cohort and leadership. May our gathered be well.
Good evening, at least for me. Good day, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm so happy and excited to be here with all of you. Chris, you put another amazing panel together. It's such an honor to see all of you and so many known faces, some new. So before we dive right into it, I would like to ask each of you just to present yourself shortly, and then we'll dive into it. So just following the lines. I see Megan is first in line, so take it away. You're on mute. You can unmute, yeah.
Good morning. I'm Megan, a student and teacher of truth, and I carry the light around the globe. On the Earth planet, I am a real estate agent and a holistic health practitioner. Yeah, so my focus is wellness. I help people find a home for their body in real estate, and I help people find a home in their body with holistic health and luxury wellness. I've been in the luxury wellness industry for 25 years in real estate and holistic health. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'm so excited to already start talking, but well, let's first check all the others as well. Eva, welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eva from evolution.net. I create content for paradigm shift and for people to remember that everything depends in resonance and frequency state, because you 3D print reality with your gears of thinking. So I create visuals and immersive experiences for people to inner explore themselves and have transcendental experiences without substances or gurus or whatsoever, just looking inwards but outwards. And thank you for bringing me here and talk about how time travel or conscious travel or physical travel or have no trouble. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you everyone for coming back. Thank you for seeing you again because it was an amazing panel last time. So thank you.
Brilliant. Happy to have you. Welcome. Emily, so great to see you again. Happy to gather again.
Hello, it's so good to see so many familiar faces. This is awesome. I'm really excited for today. I am Emily Wright. I am the creator of It'll Be Alright. I am a writer, written a couple books. The first one is about the relationship between the algorithmic bias and subconscious bias and the psychology of discrimination. And then I wrote another book about consciousness, the potential of our consciousness and the evolution of such. I'm also a lucid dreamer, which is really fun. So I have written a lot about that, and I'm going to be publishing my dream journals someday, and publishing like a handbook on vibrational matrix manipulation in the dream state. Yeah.
Exciting. Lynn, welcome.
Hi, it's my first time here. I'm so excited. Yes, Lynn Gravatt, former aerospace engineer turned spiritual guide and energy worker, and I'm just going to put it out there, starseed.
Brilliant.
So yeah, I know there's some others in the room. And so, yeah, I guess what's relevant is I also have a nonprofit and ascension space, and I'm living and working in person in St. Croix, the Virgin Islands. And so I'm really excited for this conversation. Yeah, and I'm the creator of the Purpose Embodiment Method, which is a inner healing process to upgrade our DNA for our
Love it.
next level.
And great mandala behind you, by the way. Really love it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Christian, so good to see you. Where are you this moment in the world? It's been such a long time.
I know it's been such a long time, but it's great to be back and see some familiar faces, also some new faces as well. My name is Christian Brown. I'm based in Paris, so I'm in Paris now by way of Atlanta, Georgia. And I've been here in Paris for the past 2 years working on a startup called Blemish, where our goal is to unlock global access to mental wellness through the use of emerging technologies and human collaboration. And as well as that, I'm a writer. And so truthfully, I'm just living out a teenage dream of being a writer in Paris, writing about self-discovery and healing, but also working on Blemish. And soon I'll be releasing a new venture called packitup.org, where I help others to thrive abroad through a collection of skills related to wellness and sustainability and other things. But happy to be here and to see you all.
Love it. Thank you and welcome. Adam, welcome as well.
Hey everyone, good to be here. I think this is my second roundtable, and I'm really blessed to be a part of here at GatherVerse. I'm based in Los Angeles. I'm a former UX designer turned certified digital well-being educator. Also been a student for the past 15 years of Chinese tea culture and Eastern philosophy, and I've been a facilitator of what I call slow tea experiences and immersives for workplace wellness since 2016. So thank you.
Wow, that's so amazing. I love the Eastern metaphysics part of it as well. You have another fan in the room. So, and last but definitely not least, I've been waiting for this since so much. Trish, welcome. Finally, we're in the same panel. We meet at least online. So please introduce yourself.
Thank you, GatherVerse, for having me today. And it's great to see so many friends on one screen. My name is Trish Kane. I'm the CEO and founder of HealerVerse. It's the first global social media platform and ticket marketplace globally for healing and wellness events and growth events. And yeah, we're an MVP right now, and we're still early on, but it's such an exciting time for humanity as the entire earth is leveling up, and we had a tech blackout this morning. So everything that we thought was going to happen is happening, and I'm super excited to be here, to see some friends, and so great to meet you in person on here.
Brilliant. Love it. It's well, I have to admit, at the moment I'm in Belgium, next to France, and we have a little storm passing by called Louis. So yeah, if something happens, then you know where I am, somewhere in the clouds. So, but nevertheless, let's travel, because that's our round table. I would say it's not necessarily traveling in a physical, but maybe in a mentally way. So let's look at from that side. We're not only going to redefine work, wellness, lifestyle. We're just going to change the world this evening. So I'll be happy to hear all your feedback and so on. Let's start with, well, no, I'm gonna switch things up because there was one question that stood really out, which I would like to start with, and I think this is perfect with all the amazing people we have here. So sorry, I sometimes just mix things up. So what are the implications of the always on culture for our personal well-being, and how could we manage this or improve this? I think all of you would have a great impression of that. Trish, I see you already responded in the chat, but just raise your hand and then we can start talking. So please.
So what I wrote in the chat was know your human design. So everybody is literally engineered, built differently, structured differently. Human design, you could be a reflector, a projector, manifesting generator, a manifester. I'm a projector. I need to relax a lot. I get bursts of energy and I do things in 2 hours that it takes people 48 hours to do. So like really, I think one of those things is getting to know yourself, setting boundaries, really being in alignment with your energy and knowing what you can and cannot do and saying no a lot.
Yeah, indeed. Anyone else? Everybody knows what their human design, what it is. Megan, please.
Oh, I love that question because I'm a manifesting generator and I just discovered that in the past 6 months, and it explains a lot. So when I first read this, my first thing was, I don't see that. I don't see the culture of always on. But then just now when you reread it, I have a little brother who works like in the industry in LA, and he's remote, and I've seen him in that stress. He always has to be on. So for me, being in the holistic, and I set this example for real estate, is like taking care of yourself, knowing your human design is the new, and it's not new for us, but that's the chill, that's the elegance, that's the refinement, that's the wealth. That's what we draw from. That is what is attractive. So when I see someone that is acting with ease and grace, and I can feel that, that's someone I want to do business with. Someone that is attached to performing to please someone else, that always on culture, is most likely in their fight or flight, right? They're not in their rest and digest. Their sympathetic nervous system is activated. What they have to offer is not going to be in the highest vibration. So,
yeah, indeed. I see Lynn also had the part of allow others to see your emotions, authenticity. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, well, I'm a crier, and I think this always on culture really limits people to a limited set of emotions, because most people won't allow themselves to show most of themselves. And so what happens is this gets bottled up, and secretly they have anxiety. Secretly, they're depressed. Secretly, they have all of these mental health issues, where on the outside, it's all good. On the inside, not so good. So one thing I think is about being around people you can trust and allowing ourselves, if we're in our meeting and something stressful is coming up, especially me as a woman, like I wouldn't be surprised if I cried today, to be honest with you, because it comes up. And we learn to do that. Our emotions come. There's no shame in it. It lasts 30 seconds, 20 seconds. And then we're on to the next thing. But we've created so much shame around having emotion. And so I feel like this always on culture is very much not authentic. And so if you are a person who makes content and you are always on, let the fullness of yourself come through, because that's what we want. Everybody wants authenticity. And so little by little, I've been the one crying on my videos now and then and talking about ETs and out there stuff and just letting that shine and seeing who shows up.
Yeah, love that. Eva, you also had a great feedback.
For me, about the question is because I download references from the joy paradigm for people to transcend faster the Cartesian, the unified, and the holographic. For me, it's hard to I don't even have to wonder. The images of how should be resonance should be the standard. They come all the time. And for me to free myself from projecting too much, I perceive my rhythm. So the inner heartbeat, the inner breathing rhythm, and the sacrocranial rhythm really deep in your spine. So you have to be fully aware within. So your gears of thinking doesn't project ideas. You just listen to whatever is vibrating within you. And that's for me, that's the always on thing that we can't miss, because otherwise you get in the gears of thinking and you keep projecting, I'm going to be happier when I achieve this, or I'm going to be more, whatever, fulfilled. And you miss fulfillment from within, that is presence perception. And that's why I create content to free humans from being trapped in the gears of thinking, because I've been trapped in the gears of thinking for long until I remember that you just have to perceive within yourself, and that there's real fulfillment. There you can keep inner peace and choose what you vibrate with doing now. That can be having a nap, or can be just to create for 36 hours in a row, and you can channel all that energy that comes, or you can regenerate because you feel your inner waters, what resonates or not, because you're fully present. And from there, you can choose which ideas to follow and which ideas are just memory mixing up, making innovations, which ideas are completely new, there are inventions, or what is your energy to build those ideas, or who is looking for finishing those ideas or exploring those ideas, making physical. Who within you is the one who needs that to happen, not only in your imagination, in physical reality. You can manage that too and choose if you move forward and do it, or not doing it. But what is always on are those three rhythm coherence, that when you keep those, perception of those, you can't be trapped in needing to do, or needing to achieve, or needing to become, or needing to be clapped, or whatever you're trapped on. So that's my point, three rhythm coherence, that always on.
In fact, it's a bit, let's say, contradictory, because we say always on, but at the same time, I would say that that's more the case for people who are disconnected from their selves, because from the moment you're connected with yourself, you will have it easier, let's say, to turn yourself off, or to turn yourself, or don't be in the always on mode. Whereas what you see in the corporate world, where you always have to be on top. Somebody sends an email, you have to reply within the day, or you're already like late. And I'm really sorry to admit this, but I'm always running late in that sense. So I have my own timing. But in that sense, it's a bit contradictory. I don't know if you perceive that in the same way, that we speak about always on, but it's more for the people who are disconnected from themselves. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, somebody would
Yes,
like
I agree with you. Just piggybacking off of what she said, Isabel. I think one of the reasons why this culture always on has become such a thing is because of like the rise of social media and comparison, right? I think there's so much comparison going on now, to where you feel like if you're not creating, or you're not putting your voice out there, then you're behind. But I think it's very toxic, right? I think it just creates this false sense of reality, and I think it can be managed by just realizing that, right? Becoming aware of the fact that no one is always on, and although we have these supercomputers in our mind, in our subconscious mind, like we're all on a device right now, but if we never turned it off, what would happen? It would stop working. It would break, And it's with us, right? It's like we need those moments to disconnect, and to just be still and be quiet in order for us to function optimally.
Recharge.
Exactly.
Just recharge yourselves. That
Can
also brings me.
can I
Sorry.
say something?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. No, like I agree with everything that has been said. But like I just think about like myself and what I have learned for monitoring or managing my own time with social media, especially. And I just try to remember the purpose of why I'm doing what I'm doing. And when I pick up my phone, why did I pick up my phone? When I open Instagram, why did I open Instagram? And because I'm not a scroller, you know, I'm not the kind of person that will sit on my phone and scroll and just do it to pass time. And I try and, you know, just think about the technology more purposeful and think about social media as purposeful. You know, I'm going on social media because I want to see what my friends are doing. I'm going on social media because I have something that I want to share. I'm doing it because there's someone that I want to send a message to. And if I pick up my phone and I open Instagram and I don't remember why I did it, then I'll put it down. And then I'll say, like, if it's important, it comes back to you. And then when I remember, I'll go back to it. And it's just like being conscious of how you're using the technology and remembering why you're using a technology is an important part of being aware with your engagement. And then that's when you can have that sort of mental shift where you're in control of your use rather than feeling like it's controlling you. It's kind of like what you were saying, where if they're disconnected with self, they're more likely to be susceptible to always on because their identity is pushed out exterior. Their identity is reliant on the validation of others, and it's about what's happening outside. It's about the things that they do, not who they are, and the beingness, you know, beingness versus doingness. So that's my 2 cents, is just like, if you want to address being always on, address why you're on.
Yeah. That also brings us exactly to the next question. How do these new models of work and lifestyle impact our social connections and even community building? Because you just mentioned, Emily, indeed, like social media. Do we consider this as our social connections? Up to what extent? And in terms of community building, what does this imply?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like obviously with social media and our technology and the internet has enabled us to make amazing connections across the globe. I mean, just look at GatherVerse, look at who's in the room, and it's beautiful. But there also is this kind of other side to it where, like, yeah, it's great that you have all this social connection online, and there are people that maybe struggle with speaking to people in person, but it's easier for them online. But we need to have the skills in person. That's who we are. That's our species. So then the thing is, though, you have to try and find like that balance. It's like, great, you can engage with the technology to learn how to communicate, and then bring that into physical reality to hone those skills. But there's this reverse side to it, this kind of flip side to it, where so much of our social activity is online that there is kind of this expectation to stay up to date. And memes is a great example of this. Like with younger generations, especially, like if someone in your friend group references a meme and you don't get it, that's a problem. And you have that FOMO and you feel left out. And so now you're like, oh, well, I need to stay on top of this. Like, I need to know what my friends are sharing. I need to know what the trends are online so that I can reference a meme and people will laugh and I'm cool, you know? And it's like, so there's that other side of the social aspect of it too. And I think that comes down to, again, the connection or disconnection of self. If you know who you are, you're solid who you are, and you're okay with the person that you are, and you're just living your life, then you're not really going to care so much about what other people say and think and how they judge you. But if your understanding of your personal value is reliant on validation from other people, then you're going to be more susceptible to that FOMO. And then you might be choosing to invest more time on social media simply because you can so you're trying to stay up to date with your friends in physical reality. You know, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Megan, please, you wanted to add something.
Oh, thank you. I love this question because there's keywords in it for me. Number one, who is the model, right? We get to choose who the model is. And that's really profound. Like, are we aware of beings? Are we aware of the media making us choose, wanting them to choose who the models are?
Mhm.
Are you aware enough to observe who you are choosing to be your models? And that being said, I think there's so many great models on social media today. Look at Trish, look at all of you ladies. You are leaders on on social media. And like specifically, I love what Zach Bush, he's building this beautiful community online. And then I think of epi-energetics. It's our emotions and our environment that control our gene. So who we allow to be our models is super important. And it's our responsibility for ourselves and for the people that we have influence over, for the people that we work with, for the people that admire us and look up to us, for our children, right? So that's what I would.
Adam, I would also like to have your feedback on that, because there's also a question that came in from the people watching. And given that you're also into the Eastern metaphysics, I think this is a perfect match. So the question from the audience is that, how do we move from using meditation for escapism to its original Eastern purpose of solving problems? If you would connect that with these new models of work, lifestyle, impacting our social connections and community building. I know I'm making it complicated,
but life is life. Yeah. And life
Yeah.
is complicated. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the nature of life.
Well, that's what we make of it.
Exactly. No, this is that's just what I spend a lot of time thinking about. On the one hand, not being an expert on the subject of meditation or Eastern philosophies in general, it is important to recognize that, even to piggyback on to even include the last question into this answer as well.
Yeah.
We're living these parallel lives, right? I live in objective reality here in Los Angeles, here at home, as a dad, as a partner, as a freelancer, and then we're living the shared existence, across the web. And so the way that this complicates our lives, even just to say that always on culture is a paradox, because we didn't evolve as human beings to be always on. I think I feel like what's being missed when we say always on is it's the presence of solitude deprivation. We evolved to discern, to think, to use our cognitive thinking skills, to be able to make decisions, to ponder, to create, to imagine, dare I say, to be bored, to actually come up with ideas and to generate play and results and problem solve. So, like what Megan was just saying, the fact that there isn't any one archetype or one model, I think that's a really great thing, because we are all different and we all have different lived experiences and different obligations and tasks and responsibilities and sort of lifestyle choices. And so the way that we can learn from one another using, these existing platforms, such as they are, is a great thing. And of course, it's still kind of a web of complication to get in that compare and contrast, that kind of FOMO, the traps that we kind of set for ourselves as as the human beings that we are. I really want to get back to the nature of the question that you asked. I think the concept of meditation as escapism is really interesting to speak about, because meditation isn't about escapism. It's really about being present. It's about observing what actually is happening. And that can be really confronting for many of us. And the way that I've found peace with this, again, as a kid myself with a high ACE score, ACE being adverse childhood experiences, growing up as an elder millennial, from one end of the world scenario to the next, becoming a parent. My daughter is 8 years old now. it is there's a lot to be said. So for me, the way I relate to meditation is like I have my tea practice. I cook food, I clean, I pursue maintenance, this sort of, again, from that Eastern philosophy, there's that chop wood, carry water. There's the kind of the joy of doing the work, even if it's mundane, boring stuff. And so that's my meditation. It's these like everyday sort of mundane experiences. And so I think having those meditations be screen-free breaks, be little moments of digital detox in and of themselves, or even a creative act like writing, this is where we begin to find new modes of balance, because it's otherwise completely overwhelming. Because again, we didn't evolve as human beings to take in this much content, this much media, this much information, this much disinformation, this much propaganda. Like, we just didn't evolve to be able to filter all this stuff, all at once. So, there is this kind of natural, like, let's find the breaks. Let's find ways to slow down so that we can find ourselves, identify ourselves, the fact that we have bodies, the fact that being immersed in devices is a dissociative act. It is a way to forget that we have bodies attached to our heads. And so there is we're creating new meaning, amidst these experiences. And so it's both confronting and also really exciting to be witnessing and participating in all that. So thanks for asking.
I got carried away. Sorry, I was totally following.
Sorry.
No, I really love what you're saying. It's in fact making the energy flow with these mundane tasks, and that's what it's all about. So it's lovely how you voiced it. So Lynn, please. The in-person community building.
Yes.
Love the idea.
Well, the online is so good too, though. A personal example is me meeting Trish not too long ago and what's happening with her whole thing. And, anyone watching who feels like they're on the fringes, online is really the place to go to find community. But in terms of community building in person, I wanted to comment on what Emily said about the social anxiety that is, and I can feel the emotion coming. So this is me channeling. If it comes out, it comes out. So
let it go.
There is a lot of pain in our world since COVID, right? And certain people, depending on when they were born, the age, there is a lot of like social conditioning that did not happen. And so I do community events. I'm working with the national parks and embodiment, right? So it's about getting back in this body, remembering it's fun to be in this, and using our hands is a good way. I'm also a prop manipulator. So dancing with scarves, just getting people out to do things that are kind of like weird and awkward, but where you don't have to have that direct eye contact, where you don't have to have that conversation. I started doing origami. I'm doing origami with people, and it's amazing. You can just go online, and again, you can be in the physical space with people, but you're focused on a project. So I want to encourage everyone to be the person in your community, to be the one that does origami at the library once a week, or, whatever little thing you want to do. And it might be just you in a room at first, because that's how my dance classes start when I get to a new place. And then one person will come, and then two people will come, and then you're building community. So the first step is to get out there and open our hearts again and be ready to really connect. And use our hands. That was the key, is like when you're using your hands, it kind of channels that anxiety, that nervous energy into a thing. So, because they have the fidget spinners, but I feel like origami or even coloring, I always have ribbons with me. The kids love to dance with ribbons, and the adults, once the kids start doing it, the adults will do it too. And we're all just skipping around the park with ribbons. It's just like bringing that childhood energy, that healing our own inner child by being ridiculous. So be ridiculous. Thank you.
We can never be ridiculous. I mean, that's what makes us unique. That's what makes us human. So,
I love that. Yes, it's true.
Don't think about that. It's brings us to our next question, and I know we're so many in this, and I could talk for days and hours with all of you. It's so fascinating, but unfortunately, we're also a bit limited in time, unless we all work together to prolong time. We can manipulate that one. Sorry, Chris. So what innovations are emerging to support us in terms of travel, work, or wellness ecosystem in the 21st century? Of course, we have amazing examples already in the group. So yeah, who's going to go first?
I'm keen to
Yeah,
celebrate the understanding that bots nowadays, machine learning, can support people to identify patterns in culture. So when you travel, you can ask and keep researching about types of protocols or ways of understanding a culture and integrate that fast. And those same machine learning bots can support people's works because they can answer questions, Q&A, they can give interviews, and I'm really happy because now I can integrate all the knowledge about unification and the identification of water as a unified substance in a bot, and the bot can rationalize that and identify all the constructs that humans use to identify water as illusory separated. And that makes the work efficient and allows you to travel beyond what you know, because if we use technology to implement higher level of awareness in unification or in the understanding of holographic structure of reality or how your intention impacts the inner and outer waters, and machines can make that faster, and humans don't discuss with machines because the machine is supposedly to be right. And if machine learn how to rationalize and identify all the words that confused humanity used to hallucinate with separation, then machines will be very, very supportive to create a global community like it is. Like, because we forgot, because we've been taught countries and seas are part of oceans, that we think everything is apart. But when you travel, you realize, hey, the world, I can walk all over, I can swim all over, and it's all one, and we are all conditioned, and we use memory to perceive present. That makes no sense, but animals doesn't, anywhere in the world. So you see that, and you start using the tools to free your creativity and the rest creativity, and makes traveling like easier and faster. And even if people think it's dangerous and it's going to take over and you're going to lose your job and that, but if AI is programmed with prompts about the illusory separation, AI will help humans to identify and integrate and acknowledge unification. So your creativity explodes and you start creating for the entire trophic chain and entire human family without melatonin problems of whatever. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah. I think there will be a lot of jobs that will, well, I'm not sure that there will be a lot of jobs that will change. There will some jobs that will disappear, but others come into place. That's just the circle of life. There are so many jobs from the past century that don't exist anymore, and new ones that came into place. I mean, a prompter. Who knew what that was like not even 2 years ago? With AI, we now have prompters as a new profession. We have influencers. If you would have said that like 15 to 20 years ago, everybody would look at you like, what are you talking about? The social media manager and so forth and so on. So it's just an evolution. So I don't think we should be afraid of losing jobs. It's just we need to be open and be ready to create new jobs. And that is the exciting part, that we can all create ourselves this time. So I would also like to hear from Trish, exactly, because with HealerVerse, I think it's also one of the innovations supporting. So please.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is literally the purpose of HealerVerse, is to bridge the gap on a global level. So when we're traveling, we can find people that are in the wellness community that are also healers, and events and workshops. Like, I really want to bring people together, especially in person. And I think too, wellness is kind of supported by all of this. Travel is also wellness, right? Like I learn the most when I'm traveling and from the people I meet, from the cultures, from the food that I eat, and just going to restaurants. And usually my dog comes with me, even internationally. He's a 50-pound black lab mix rescue, and he's legally my service dog. In 2022, we flew to Greece. We were going to stay there for 2 weeks, and we stayed for 4 months. Then we moved to UK, and I was working the whole time. And since my whole team is in East, like they're in Asia, and now they're in Europe too, and US. But back then it was all Asia and Trish. So actually it really accommodated me to live a better life in Greece while I was building HealerVerse's beta, and to be around just the culture where my sun sign goes right through, which is like Athens. And also like it was less costly to live there. And I just felt so good. The energy there is so amazing. The culture there is right in alignment with me. And I felt that my wellness was a lot more in alignment. I had better receptivity to myself. And even though I couldn't speak the language, I didn't feel like I was missing out, because I was still around people, but what they were speaking about never actually entered my fields because I didn't actually understand them. But I was just able to be around people. Yeah, it was like really beautiful. And yeah, like this question is literally the epitome of HealerVerse. And one of the things that it says on the bottom of the about page is, want to go off grid? ? We got you.
Brilliant.
Because literally we're going to, teach people how to go off grid, except for to find each other. And that's what I think we're going towards as a whole.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I would also like to go to Christian, because with Blemish, you're also putting up something amazing to support travel, work, and wellness in this century and forward, I hope. So please enlighten us.
Yeah, 100%. So going back to the question of just what are the innovations, I think spatial computing is going to just allow for just a new accessibility for a blended reality, right? And familiar with what Trish was saying about traveling being like the best teacher, I truly believe that. I believe it so much that I'm trying to encourage more people to travel abroad and even live abroad, right? Because there's no better way to really discover yourself than to be a stranger in a strange land and having to adapt to new cultures, right? But then you think about, okay, what about the people who can't travel, right? How can they get that same impact? And I think that's where the blended reality comes in, and spatial computing, because it's like, how can we put people in these environments where they have to be that stranger in a strange land and still adapt to different cultures without leaving their home, right? And I think there's an opportunity for that on the horizon. And I think that'll totally revolutionize how we travel, work, and then how we also take care of our well-being. And so I'm super excited about that. And I'm, looking forward to just see how it revolutionizes how we live and travel and work.
Would you all consider traveling as a physical thing, or Megan?
I got stuck in Antigua for 4 months during COVID. And that started, I'd always had this dream of working remotely, and I saw myself working remotely. And so that was amazing. That forced us right into working remotely from exotic places. Then I returned to California. So since then, I've had opportunities to go to Cabo San Lucas and teach yoga for 2 weeks and stay at a resort. And while I'm there, because of Zoom and the technology, I can also work with private clients. So it's happening. And there's so many platforms now. We've got Trish and hers. There's other platforms coming up where healers can put their products on out there and pay like $20 a year. And then that platform advertises it. And so we get leads from there. So it's happening. It's happening. And I'm so grateful for people like Christian and all of you to create the tech, because I'm not a tech person. I can see what needs to be done or what could be done, but I don't have that. That's not my skill. So I'm super grateful for your skills. Yeah.
We all have our skills and what we can bring to the table.
Yeah.
If you would only have like the tech part, it wouldn't be as powerful as when we all join forces.
Right.
So everybody is needed, and everybody is contributing. Yeah, everything is connected, indeed. I'm a bit hesitating for the next question because I don't know how much time we have left. But I know that, okay, 2 hours. I love that. You should, well, people out there, we also have an internal chat, I have to admit. And yeah, some say we still have 2 hours to go. So please bear with us. This GatherVerse Summit stays a bit longer. Okay. Well, a very short one. Well, going to check. Okay. Let's take this question. Each of you, okay, you will have maximum 30, 45 seconds, and then I'm afraid, yeah, we'll have to go to the next one. So please give your view in 30 to 40 seconds about the question how individuals maintain physical and mental wellness while they adapt to new work and lifestyle patterns. Who's going to go first? The first 40 seconds.
I'll go first. I'll say quick for the physical calisthenics. So those are squats, push-ups, sit-ups. Those are things you can do with your body. You can do anywhere in the world, any hotel room, any beach, any park. So calisthenics. And then mental wellness, just find yourself an audio you like, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, wherever you're at, and have it on your phone, download it so you don't need the internet, and get in a habit of 5 minutes a day. Listening to nature sounds is a great place to start, but just tuning off.
Brilliant. Next one.
Okay, I'll go quick. So I understand us as having like 5 dimensions of being. So it's physicality, mentality, emotionability, sexuality, and spirituality. And every day we need to have a routine that caters to the 5 aspects of well-being, which is mental health, physical health, mental health, emotional health, sexual health, and spiritual health, whatever that means to you. You just got to check those boxes. So find something that works to you, figure out what makes that light turn on, and then make it happen. Keep going, do it every day.
Brilliant. Next one. Keep it up, people. Come on. Seconds are ticking away. Megan.
Okay, this is from Megan and Lynn. Never leave the house without dancing. There you go. And yet for me, it's just, I don't have anything specific. My specific is know your jam. Know what makes you work. Know what makes you tick. For me, it's getting out of the house within the first 90 minutes of day. And I go out and I do something energetic, connect with nature, connect with community. And then I've accomplished something and it amplifies the energy for the day. So know your recipe.
Brilliant. Know your jam or know your tea? Just teasing. Trish.
I feel like for me, instead of just doing an abrupt change, it's important for me to keep some of what I had and then start implementing new. So it's not such like a shock. And Palo Santo is great. Tea is obviously great. And so is walking my dog as much as possible and putting my cell phone aside. Thank you.
Brilliant. Eva, what would you say, recommend? We'll try to get back to her. Bad connection. Sorry. Adam.
Start the first part of your day away from your phone. Give yourself 15 to 60 minutes before your phone. Habituate short, more frequent screen-free breaks. Use your hands and fingers and your digits to immerse in life, whether it's cooking or cleaning or meditating or drinking tea or just using your hands more. And take deep breaths, pause more often, and have some kind of grounding gratitude practice.
Christian.
Yeah, so someone told me once that the most important conversation that you have all day is the conversation that you have with yourself when you wake up. And so I think just affirming yourself in the morning of your strength and of your power, physically, mentally, spiritually, I think that gets your day started off on the right foot. And it's why I released and published a positive affirmation guide a couple months ago, shameless plug, but just to really encourage people to affirm themselves and be their biggest cheerleader, but also to be intentionally training their mind to be the person that they want to be.
And Eva, thank you so much for that. And Eva's just back in time. Eva, would you add to that? I hope the connection is still working. I'm afraid not. Okay. I have to admit that we extended time with a bit more than 5 minutes already. My apologies for the people after us. Oh, what's mine? That's a very, I would say, at the end of the next GatherVerse Summit, you'll all get to know it. So you'll have to watch until the end. No, we'll definitely get back to this. This is just the first coming together, first of many. And thank you, all of you, for the amazing contributions and insights. It was really, well, this was really mine for the day. This was more than awesome. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, Quiz GatherVerse, for having us, for being with us, and looking forward to so much more. So up to a good life. Thank you. See you all. Thank you.
When we discuss AI, it's important to look at the global effects, cultural biases, and access. These are the main points that I brought to our panel discussion for the GatherVerse Summit because they're near and dear to my heart. I was orphaned young in Ghana, West Africa, and it was due to the lack of basic healthcare. I always knew I would go back and make a difference to those who need it most. In 2012, I founded Earth Angels nonprofit organization in the hopes of helping one mother and baby at a time. Over the years, I've done work all over the world, and my current and biggest project is building a fish farm in rural Ghana. This fish farm aims to feed many, employ locals, and teach sustainable farming. It's a huge project for me, but the things that resonate with me in this topic is that it is crucial for the fish farm to thrive with AI. We will use AI to help us with precision feeding the fish. We will teach the locals how to sustainably farm with the help of AI. As a matter of fact, one of the ways I was able to be successful in building this farm is because of AI. Over the last 4 years, I've built the farm across the oceans while living in the US and managing and directing the boots on the ground in Ghana. If not for technology, this could have not happened. However, while building the farm and looking for the needs of the community, it was important to utilize and leverage AI to review metrics of the villages, what the needs are, what are the access issues, what were the people of the village saying, and we were able to not just provide the needs that we wanted to provide the locals, but it was what the locals told us they needed. Again, making sure they had access to so many things. So this topic is very important as I continue to complete the farm and help others, feed people, and just make sure that overall access of the fish and all the things that we teach on the farm are accessible to the entire demographic that we're hoping to serve. AI will most definitely be a part of that process as we move forward. Regarding bias, it's so incredibly important that we make sure that we are aware of our biases so that we can be sure to include and not exclude and make sure all the correct stakeholders are at the table. I could go on, but this, I would say, are the main focuses of my projects, and I'm so glad I was part of the panel discussion and had a seat at the table. I'm appreciative of the opportunity and look forward to be at further GatherVerse Summits again. Thank you.
GatherVerse Summit 2024 is complete. We thank everyone that stayed with us, that even just peeked in for a moment, that's explored with us, that spoke from your hearts, that taken time that you'll never get back. We never get this back again. But you spent some time sharing with us so much of what matters when we take a humanity-first approach to emerging technologies. We thank our GatherVerse team, our leaders. We thank our community. I'm grateful. We're grateful. What will you do with the information that's now been given, that's now been shared? Will you live this? You innovate for human betterment? Will something that was said be an impact to you? Or will it only ever stay in the words that were expressed here this week? We have many more gathers being prepared right now. We look forward to sharing much more with you, and we will continue to gather as long as we can until every voice who wants to be heard has the opportunity within our ecosystem. And on the day that no one ever shows up to be able to express and speak, then we know that GatherVerse has fulfilled and served its purpose. It seems to me that we're only just beginning. And from the attendance and from the people that have arrived, that we have much more to go. But yet, let's take moments to think about what's been shared and said, and to know and understand that our gather was well. And on the next time that we're afforded the opportunity to meet again, we hope that you keep safe, happy, and healthy. And may our gather be well.